Hey everybody. So third time's the charm. It's Groundhog Day. Okay, for thank you so much for joining us. We already have 3,500 people watching, which is like 2,000 more than it was yesterday. So the anticipation gets higher and higher the more SpaceX is trying to launch this rocket. If you do not know what we're talking about here, I'll give you a short recap. So we're trying to watch Starship Flight number 10. We have ship 37 on the top and booster 16 on the bottom. They're both still Block 2 boosters, Block 2 hardware. So they are this is the penultimate launch of a Block 2 Starship if the next one still launches, which right now is still the plan. It already has engines, so yeah, the past few launches didn't go that well. And that is something that has kind of created a disconnect between the media and the fan base, because the media is saying that Elon Musk's Mars rocket is constantly blowing up, and the fan base says, hey, they're developing this. And that's what we're going to talk about the most today on the stream. But first, I have a little ritual, and most people here that have watched the streams with Y before know it. Please, if you can, put into the chat where you're from. As a background information, I do this to remind people that this community is from the entire planet. We're from everywhere. We're from every continent. I've seen people talk post that they're from Venus and from Mars, and my wife's just giving me a coffee. Thank you so much, honey. It's just incredible to be a part of this, and it shows you that it's not a local phenomenon. These aren't your neighbors. These are people from all around the planet, and maybe there might be neighbors among them, if you're lucky. But as you can see, they're from everywhere, and it is really, really nice to see that. And I'm very, very grateful that you all joined us tonight again. It's from everywhere. Look at this. We have Finland, England, Australia, Boston, Missouri, River Oaks, Texas. We have Bristol, UK. We have Tampa. That's pretty close to me. We have Austria. We have France, Norway, the Czech Republic. It doesn't matter. They're from everywhere. We have people from Asia, from Africa, from Europe, from North and South America, from Australia. We have them from everywhere. And it's just, hi, honey. She just said hoo hoo, and I didn't know why. So
I said Coco.
oh, there you go. From Coco, exactly. So it's a fantastic thing, and thank you so much for joining us. And I'm very, very proud that I can do this a third time. The first time was scrubbed because we had ground support equipment issues, a liquid oxygen line on the ship quick disconnect, which is. Let me just go to my smart tool here real quick. If I have it open, there you go, exactly. This thing here is the ship quick disconnect. And on the first launch, they had a problem with a liquid oxygen line leading into the ship that is responsible for fueling the upper stage. And so they couldn't proceed. Yesterday, we had a nasty anvil cloud in the range, too close to the rocket. And so they had to call it. And I looked at the weather report. And I can tell you, if they would have waited 10 minutes more, we would have probably seen a launch. It was very, very close to being possible. They probably just couldn't hold it longer, or just decided that it wouldn't clear up. From my end, though, it really looked like it would clear up. And today's weather report is actually better than yesterday. I've seen a few in the chat when I was still preparing for the stream. I'm always reading the chat. Sometimes I send a smiley or a hype, but that's basically it. But it's always what I do. And I saw a few people talking about the weather report. Eifel, Germany, that's where I grew up. Schöner als der Mars. Yep. Wasn't it 45 yesterday as well? Oh, Chris just told me from the off that SpaceX says 45% favorable. Towards the end of such a launch window, it normally clears up. So it should, according to SpaceX, it should be about the same, but you don't know when that estimate comes from, because normally the last weather forecast that they do is 24 hours before the launch. And then they have their internal, of course, but they don't publish it. So it could be old. We'll have to wait and see. I asked both of our photographers down there, and they said it is getting better and better, and it shouldn't be a problem. Let's hope that there isn't an anvil cloud close by, and then we should see a launch tonight. Cross your fingers, everybody. Chris, if you want to, you can come. You can come on. All right. So I'm going to do my usual routine now. There's two things
Good
that you can
evening.
do for us. Hey, Chris.
Hey,
There's two things
everybody.
that you can do for us that are completely for free. You can either press the like button, and I see 800 out of 5,000 people have done so far, so thank you so much. You can subscribe to the channel. Even though it is free and even though it might not mean much to you, it helps us so much if you do these two things. If you want to go past that, you can become a supporter. So you can become a YouTube channel member by clicking the join button, or you can go to Patreon and enjoy at least 7 to 10 posts per week. We post everything internal in there. You get the episodes a little bit earlier without ads. You get all the renders that we produce. You get all the pictures that we produce. You get a personal chat with me. You get access to our Discord server where there's a lovely community in there, and so on and so forth. So if you decide to do that, I'm going to personally welcome you on our Discord server. For now, enjoy the show. This is basically exactly the same thing we've seen the past 2 days for those that have been here. If you have a question for us, write #question and it goes into our nifty little questions tool, and then we'll answer them. If you want to bump your question up, connect it to a super chat. We do prefer and prioritize those that, of course, give us a little bit of coffee money. And so you're going to be bumped up in the list. I try to, or Chris and I will try to answer as many of them as we can. Normally we can't answer all of them, but we do speed answer as much as we can. So send in your questions with #question. We'll pick it up and we'll start answering them. All right. Anything to add? I think that's a pretty good first briefing. Is there anything missing, Chris?
No, as you already said, we are looking at exactly the same as we did the last 2 days. So we are
Yeah.
still waiting for Flight 10 to take place. We still have the same mission profile, of course, and all we can do is really cross our fingers and hope that they do it this time. We see that the tank farm has already spooled up. There's vapors on the ground. So basically, I guess most of you know the drill, but yeah, I think we will just talk through everything once more, just as we do. As you already said, it's Groundhog Day again.
It's Groundhog Day again. Yeah, you've already described it. You see a lot of vapor on the bottom. If you don't know this yet, I know many here will, but there's always new people joining. That's how I conceptualize my episodes as well. If you see me explain something that I have explained before, it's not because I want to add minutes or something to the video. It's because there's always new people watching this kind of stuff. And I really want everybody to understand what's happening here. And so I normally explain from A to Z. I don't start somewhere in the middle because then you lose these people. So what the vapor that you see there on the ground right now is the tank farm slowly spooling up. It is preparing for the first step in a rocket launch, and that is pre-chilling the fuel lines. That will start as soon as you see large vents not just come from the ground, but actually from around here. Oh, this is a very big one. Give me a second. Go away, go away. From here and from down here, you'll see these fountains of white vapor shoot out. That is the sign that SpaceX has started pre-chilling the fuel lines. They do this because if you have a flex hose that leads into the tanks of the ship and it's at room temperature, and you send something through that is at a minus 185 or minus 169 degrees, that creates a temperature shock because the tube needs to cool down way too quick, and it stresses the material and can even lead to the lines rupturing and things like that. So that's why SpaceX pre-chills them with nitrogen and inert gas, which is also very cold. It's cryogenic, and they flush it through the lines, first slow and then quicker and more to gradually cool them down. That's the first thing we're going to see as soon as you see these vents pop up there. Then after that, at T minus 1 hour and 15 minutes, we're going to get to the fueling decision. It's been being done by the launch director, and he checks every person that's in the control room that is important for this, like the ground support equipments, the ship systems, does everything, does every sensor show the data they want to see. And if that is the case, they'll start fueling the vehicle. At the next bigger step then is at T minus 40 minutes, roughly, SpaceX comes online. We have the commentators talk about the rocket, giving us the latest information. Yesterday, for example, we had Elon Musk himself give a technical update, which was really, really interesting. We had Chris G, who before worked at NASA spaceflight, and I still think it's a fantastic story that he actually made it to SpaceX. He was live on camera at the Tesla diner in California. I wasn't there yet. I drove past it like half an hour away, but I didn't have any time for the X takeover. That was in July. I wish I could have gone because there is actually a Tesla Optimus robot serving popcorn there. It's pretty cool. I mean, it doesn't do much more than the popcorn serving for now, but I wouldn't mind to see that in action. So, but I didn't make it. But he was standing there doing a little bit of PR work for Tesla during the SpaceX stream, and it was really cool to see a very familiar face. On screen in the SpaceX stream. That is a pretty cool thing. I always love that. Maybe he's going to be back today. And the funny thing is, it's not just us YouTubers doing this for the third time now. It's the entire SpaceX team. It's the entirety of Starbase trying for a third time right now. Yeah, I know a few SpaceX engineers and a few welders and logistics people at Starbase, and they all say the same thing. For them, it's the same anticipation that everybody in the chat has right now. They have the hype train going the same way we do, and they have the same nail-biting last few seconds before ignition and everything, and also the same disappointment when it's a scrub, of course. And so they're all sitting there for the third time. It's not just us, it's everybody sitting there for the third time, hoping that this thing is going to launch. And if anybody can do it, it's SpaceX, because simply nobody else built this stuff yet. And I'm pretty sure if there's no Anvil Cloud, we're going to see it launch today. What do you think, Chris? I have a really good feeling about today.
I also have a really good feeling. I like the color of the sky. I haven't seen too many big clouds in the last hour because I've already been watching the stream. I really have a very good feeling about this. And for all those who are really frustrated with the two scrubs that we've seen, just always remember that SpaceX, just as much as any of us, wants this thing to fly, because it's not only that everybody's waiting, that everyone wants that over with, it's also they can't really work on their sites for these entire days. And we know how frantic they're working on everything. And this is actually taking time away from getting Pad B done. So yes, it is super important on many different levels. So they definitely share your frustration.
Yeah, exactly. Especially, you just said it, I didn't even mention that, the teams that are just held up by this, the ones that want to continue building Pad 2, the ones that want to continue building the air separation unit. Starbase, if you've never been there, is an extremely fast evolving place. I was there the first time in February 2020, and exactly zero of the buildings that were there back then are still there. Not even the Stargate building anymore. That's gone as well. That was the one last survivor of the original Starbase complex. It's gone. Everything's gone. Everything's been replaced by bigger and better things, and it's constantly growing. And so you have tons of construction crews that have been blocked for 3 days, and they have a plan. You know, they have a deadline to achieve and all these kinds of things. So everybody there wants this thing to launch as much as we do. And you just mentioned it. We've been monitoring the weather for the past. I don't know how many times. 100 times in the past 5 hours. I looked at this app. It's on our sponsor for the stream. It's MyRadar. You see the thing up there. If you want a really, really good weather app, and I've been using MyRadar long before I started streaming Starship launches. It is genuinely a good app. It's completely for free. Go to the App Store, download it. Thank you so much, MyRadar, for sponsoring today's stream. I want to do another shout out to Raptor Roost, the craziest bunch at Starbase right now. They're sitting right outside the exclusion zone. It is a viewing. It's actually a campground, but every time Starship launches, it turns into this crazy celebration of Starship and Starbase and Elon Musk. It's really, really cool down there. You have, imagine 250 or so hardcore space flight enthusiasts that want to see the next Starship launch, and you can party with them the night before, and you can watch the launch the next day. I've done it a few times, and it's really, really cool. So if anybody from Raptor Roost is watching right now, thank you so much for doing this, and you guys absolutely rock. And it's by far the best spot to watch launches. The third one that I always want to mention is Redline Helicopter Tours. Jax, if you're watching this, thank you so much for providing your service to us. If you don't know what I'm talking about, they are providing us with a helicopter so that we can take aerial pictures of Starbase. And any aerial image that is not from RGV Aerial Photography, that is a different guy. It's Mauricio. Shout out to you as well. He's doing a brilliant job. But he flies with a Cessna, or at least with a plane, and we fly with a helicopter, which gives a unique, different experience. I really, really like the difference between the top-down RGB pictures and our pictures that come from an angle. The top-down pictures are always great to see into things, especially OLMs and stuff like that. You can just peer all the way to the bottom. And ours are really good to see sizes. I tweeted a picture, I think today even, about the full stack at the pad, and from that 45-degree angle, it just looks. It's insanely large. I've tried to convey sizes of things many times before. To cut this short, redlineheli.com/Felix. If you're ever at Starbase and you want to see the same thing that our photographers see from the air, go there and get $25 off. It is very, very much worth it. I've done the flight twice. They take the doors off and fly you over Starbase. It feels incredible. If you've never flown in a helicopter before, especially, but even if you're routine in this, the scenery is just absolutely amazing. So thank you, Redline Helicopter Tours. And so now the list is already filling up with questions here. If you have a question, hashtag question into the chat, we'll pick it up and we can answer it, connect it to a super chat if you want to be prioritized. That's basically the entire thing. And I would like to start doing that right now, because last time we couldn't even finish. You sent in so many questions and so much support, and we thank you so much for this. And we want to make this worth your time. So we'll try to do a few questions here now. All right, let me see. I have to click here. There goes. Okay, so Rob Trike, thank you so much for your super chat from the UK, as I can see. Fly today. I don't think I can do a fourth late session. Bring it on. Why? Thank you so much. Yeah, we're thinking the same. It's not just exhausting staying up until late night. It's also exhausting producing episodes and doing live streams at the same time. And the third time, we've had this before, that we had to stream 3 times. I think we had to stream 4 times even one time. It is very exhausting over time. So I totally understand you. Keep your coffee warm. Hopefully in an hour and 40 minutes, we're going to see ignition. For everybody who's in Europe, it's tough this time for you guys. Chris is from Europe as well. How late was it when we stopped the stream yesterday?
2:30. It was about 3 when we finished everything up. Yep.
Yeah, we're lucky here in the US. For me, it was like 9 in the evening, so that wasn't too bad. But yeah, we get you. We hope as much as you do that this launches today. Chris, why don't you do the next one?
Okay, it's Astiva Vanguard, and I think that's right. That is Indian, the currency. Woohoo! Back again, third time. Great work, my dear Y team. Question this time: when do we see HLS come into the picture as an expected timeline? That is a good question, and that is something that in some sort of way we will have to see pretty soon, because it is needed in not that far away. I mean, we're talking about Artemis 3. Artemis 2 is coming up in April next year, likely, or maybe even earlier. We have seen some different reports there. So yes, we will have to see things coming, things evolving there. And I'm pretty sure that they are definitely working on all the designs, and there's different concepts for the interior, but I don't think it will be long before we can see at least mock-ups. And I'm really curious. I'm curious for what it's going to be on the inside, but I'm also curious of what it's going to look on the outside, because then we are back at the topic of the windows.
The windows, the legs, the descent engines, the ring of descent engines that they've got planned, everything. You cannot imagine how much I'm waiting for HLS. For the timeline, I think right now Artemis 3 is planned for April 27, I think, or June 27, something like that. Gwynne Shotwell has just recently, she is a very, very important employee at SpaceX, and she's maybe even more important than Elon. Elon is more in the news and in the media, but Gwynne has everything under control behind him, and she's doing a wonderful job. And she's recently said in an interview that SpaceX is going to be the last reason why Artemis 3 could possibly be delayed, and that they're absolutely on track for a 2027 launch of HLS. So It sounds great. I have not seen anything but the mock-up, the nose cone that they have sitting there, but I know for a fact that that thing is just a presentation device, basically.
Yeah.
There has not been any important work. If you've ever heard of that HLS mock-up nose cone, there's really nothing important in there. It was more for presentation purposes than anything else. The important work, and I've heard a little bit about that, is actually from a very renowned NASA astronaut, Doc Wheelock. I had a conversation with him before years ago during Artemis 1, actually. So that was 2 years ago. When was Artemis 1? Man, it's been a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been a while. It's crazy how time flies. So I had a talk with him, and he works together between SpaceX and NASA to design the internals of the HLS for the astronauts. Of course, you have to have astronauts involved if you want to design a cockpit, because they're the guys that are going to be sitting in it. And he told me that they are actively working on it, and that was during Artemis 1. So even though you don't see anything fly at Starbase yet, that does not mean that they haven't been working on HLS. All the components besides the Starship don't need to fly on test flights right now. They just need to be developed. The life support system, communication systems, crew quarters, cockpit, all these kinds of things, because they precisely know the dimensions that they will be able to use already, so they can flesh out everything. And that's what they're doing in the background. And I cannot wait for them to actually start testing HLS. That is going to be something. I just had a conversation with Colton. He's also from, shout out to Starbase Trackers, by the way. He is one of our script writers as well. And he is, I think he's even the lead of that team, right? Colton, I'm sorry if I'm doing this wrong, but I think so, right? So kudos to you. It's a brilliant team. They are tracking basically everything at Starbase. You can visit Miro boards and see all the different tank sections and nose cones and prototypes and everything move around almost in real time. It's just really amazing. If somebody from the moderators has a link, put it in there now. Otherwise, we can do that later as well. They deserve it. And I had a conversation with him yesterday about. So yesterday during the stream, they said that they are going to land, and I still have to find the words for this, the first Starships that are supposed to fly to Mars next year, they're going to land on the engine skirts. So no legs. They're just going to, it's perfectly explainable because they need to test the reentry and the flip. The legs aren't really a critical part. You need to design them in the right way, absolutely. But you can do that later, basically. You can land something on the engine skirts. I just never thought they would. It was so surprising to me. And my idea right now, and I'm definitely going to talk on an episode about this, is that at least it is a possibility that SpaceX might be repeating the high altitude flight tests for this kind of stuff. They will need to test legs, the HLS legs as much as the Mars legs, if there is any difference there. I don't know if there. It would be SpaceX to do one leg design for both, simplify it. But I think there's a good chance that we're going to go back to high altitude flight tests. And then the entire SpaceX fail crowd is so going to jump up because now they're even leaving the booster out. That's what you got to realize with SpaceX. Their goal is right now not to get to orbit. Flight 5 could have easily gotten to orbit. Everything worked perfectly. The booster was caught even. The ship landed in the Indian Ocean. Everything worked just fine. If they would have thrust the engines 30 seconds longer, they would have been in orbit. So that tells you that the goal isn't to get to orbit right now. The goal is, and I've said it for 2 days straight now, to design a mass-producible, rapidly reusable rocket, and that is not an easy feat. And it requires them to do basic research because this hasn't been built yet. Theoretically, you know how it should be done, but it's never been built and flown. This is literally the first rocket that does this, that ever launches in the entire history of humanity. And so they can't. There's this saying of everybody right now standing on the shoulders of giants, which is absolutely true. But trust me, in 20, 30, 40 years, when people use the same phrase, they will say that right now, in 20, 30, 40 years, companies that have reusable rockets are standing on the giant shoulders of Starship, because that was the first one that tried to make it mass producible. And that's exactly where it should go, because it'll drive down costs dramatically further and further and further. well, I'm wildly sidetracking again. There's so much interesting stuff that's come out in the past few days. We're in the background right now, frantically writing all sorts of scripts and researching. I've done quite a bit of research with Colton yesterday into that high altitude flight test thing. Did you guys know that the license that SpaceX used back then was it was granted in 2023, and it'll run out in 2028. So they even have the license still. So they could just jerry rig another one of those launch rings that they used back then. Very, very simple design. The same way they did it with the static fires on the ships. It's always jerry rigging. SpaceX is really, really quick at finding solutions and doing it straight out and very cheap and easy. And so they would probably likely build another one of those high altitude flight test pads in like 4 weeks. They're always like extremely fast, and they still have the license. So again, this is complete speculation. Nobody at SpaceX has said this officially, and it might very well turn out to be incorrect. But I think it's in the realm of possibilities that we're going back to high altitude flight tests at some point to do leg testing. Let's do some leg testing.
Yep.
That would be funny. Okay, so we have Neil Boyle. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thanks, Felix. And the entire crew for all you do. Well, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for actively supporting us with a super chat, for being here tonight. I can just give you this right back. Without you and thousands and thousands and thousands of other people. Actually, we had a crazy milestone right now that fits right into this. Today, I got an email from YouTube that we reached 250 million views, a 250 million views. Is that correct?
Wow.
It's a 250 million views.
Yeah.
So yeah, and some of those are from me because my kids love watching the show, but most of those are from you guys. So thank you so much. Without you, no one on this team would be doing this. And as I said it in the past few days as well, everyone, including Chris and me and Jonathan in the background and everybody else on the team, and my wife as well, she's in the background, is a space nut. We're all the same as you are. We're very enthusiastic about this, and so thank you so much for giving us this chance. Thank you so much. So I had the easy one. You get the difficult one here now. This is for you again.
Coffee money for Groundhog Day. Thank you, Bazinga X. Coffee is always appreciated, and it's getting more important every day. Yeah? If we have to keep on going,
it's the Florida cup even.
Nice.
Yeah, coffee.
Thank you so much. It's really appreciated.
People in Europe need it more. We're, like I said, we're on the lucky side right now. That was different before. We've had launches that I stayed up until 3 in the morning for, or actually, no, that was the early morning ones that launched like at 6 in the morning. And the problem with that is I normally start streaming 2 hours before the launch. So you're at 4 in the morning. And then you also absolutely, at absolute minimum, have 1 to 2 hours of preparation time, which pushes it to 2 in the morning. So you start working at 2 in the morning and you go easily until 8 or 9. And it completely destroyed my entire day flow so hard. So I'm happy that it's launching in the evening. That is really, really cool. And I'm very sorry for the Europeans to have to stay up until like, I don't know when. But we can do this. We can do this, everybody. Okay, that's the coffee money. Thank you. Another one from Bazinga. Thank you so much. That's a lot more money than just coffee money. Thank you so much. Sorry, Felix, money not for you, for your wife and kids. She's happy. Thank you. Actually, you know, we're going to do that. Maybe we can find something for the kids.
I bet the kids read it because they are moderating the chat today.
Oh yeah. Oh. Should I say that?
Sure.
Okay. So my daughter and Victor, both. I have 3 kids, and 2 of them are moderating the chat today. So don't say anything wrong. They asked us if they can help on the team, which I am extremely proud of. And we said you could moderate the chat if you want to. And so they're watching you guys. Okay, so much for that. Thank you so much. We're going to buy something for the kids from that. They're probably jumping downstairs because they're watching. Excuse me? And the wife, of course, the wife. The wife wants some too. So don't worry, I'll find something for all of them. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so next one's yours again.
Okay, David Barash, at Y, 3rd time's the charm. Enjoy everything you guys do. Once Pad 2 additional. Will they update Pad 1 to match Pad 2? Thank you, you rock. First of all, you rock. Thank you for the super chat. And Yes, we are really, really certain that once we are through with the Block 2 ships, which is
Yep.
2 launches, including this one, they will have to update it. The new pad
Yep.
design is specifically made for the Block 3 ships. So as it is right now, that milk stool you're seeing down there is about to be gone. It's not compatible anymore, and it just wasn't a good idea. I think it's easy to
I
just say it
hate
that
it.
way.
I hate it. I hate it.
Yes, it has been a pain. We've seen it. I mean, we've seen like the most incredible scene with the first launch. This is something I still can't understand because even before it launched, I could not fathom that they just launched such a huge rocket on plain concrete. For me, it just
Yep.
didn't work. It just there was no way that this
It
would
didn't
work.
work, not
And
just for you.
yeah, physics
I was
just
there
denied
live.
it.
I'm telling you, it was surreal from 3 miles away, seeing everything that's large and moving at a long distance looks like it's slow motion. So I saw these huge concrete like boulders. I can't even, I don't even know how to call it. They were gigantic because they were flying in absolute slow motion. That's the only reason why I know that these chunks that were thrown out of IFT1 of the pad must have been extremely large because they
Yeah.
came out of that smoke cloud and fell in slow motion. It was incredible. Yeah, that pad is something. The hot fix worked, which is really good. The deluge plate that they installed after IFT1, by the way, kudos to the SpaceX team for doing that so
Yeah.
extremely quick. I've never seen such organized work immediately, like ants. They swarmed the entire pad and it was done in no time again. So that was brilliant. And the deluge plate fixed it, but it's not a long-term solution. It's a really strange pad design. I always wondered who came up with this. I hope the guy's not watching.
Yeah,
It
but
was a
yeah,
really funky design. I'm saying it. It's
it really didn't match. You have this incredibly cleverly built tower, and then you
yeah,
have this milk stool there. And we see
yeah.
now with Pad 2 design, it's traditional, but it's something that
Hmm.
has proved to be working. And they made a really large version of it. And I'm totally
Hmm.
confident that they made sure that that thing is super sturdy. I mean, we've seen how much steel went in there and that
Hmm.
endless train of concrete. I mean, there's
Yep.
literally
It's like
more
building the
than a
Hoover Dam. I
thousand
mean,
trucks of concrete in there.
but
Yeah.
still,
Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy. It's not like building the Hoover Dam. I was just there. That's even bigger, but I mean, way bigger, but still, it's a monumental thing. Yeah, the only reason that I can come up for the Pat 1 design really is that they wanted something quickly, because what they're building right now takes longer. And especially what they built, for example, what NASA built for Saturn V. If you ever have the time, look into the history of 39A and B. Those were monumental projects. They are kind of almost comparable to the Hoover Dam.
Yeah.
Insane amounts of concrete and construction and work crews. Thousands of people worked on these pads. It was insane. It took them 3.5 years to build them, which was lightning fast. I think it was 3.5. I hope I'm not completely crazy, but I think it was 3.5 years, which is a record time, by the way. NASA did a really good job with this. But the amount of work needed to build this OLM and even Pad 2 is drastically different. So one
Yeah.
of the reasons might have just been that they really, really wanted to start testing, and they really didn't want to spend a year building a pad before that. So they built this.
Yeah.
But they
And
still,
also,
the thing is, even let me just finish this thought real quick. Even then, they just made a flame trench, which doesn't take much time, and made it not omnidirectional. The biggest flaw of this pad is being omnidirectional. There's a lot of energy coming out of the rocket, and it's being blasted into every direction. It even destroyed the tank farm that was there.
yeah. What I wanted to say is that it's something that is also not to be forgotten that it actually was a piece of the program. We did see tests there, we learned from it, and the
Hmm.
failure of this OLM is all going positively into the next one. So it's
Yep.
it's not a complete failure in itself. It was a crazy idea, but again, that is SpaceX. It is something I only expect from SpaceX. They
Yeah.
just do it and sometimes just think about it afterwards, but they're always coming out of it and improve it.
Yeah, and quickly too. Lots of
Yeah.
iterations from an idea that wasn't ideal to pad 2 and pad 3 and 4 and 5 are going to have improvements again as well. Yeah, that's SpaceX. It's crazy. It's the entire secret of their design process is to build something quickly, throw it at a wall, and see what sticks. And that is how they develop And that's how you have to that's how you have to develop something brand new. If you really want to make something brand new and not just a copy of something else with a little bit of add-on, but actually groundbreaking research, and industry disrupting things as well, you need to do this kind of stuff. NASA did very similar things back in the 50s. If anybody knows the early rocket programs that they had, even before the Mercury program, that was littered with failure all over the place, and nobody would have said failure is not an option. That's exactly what you need in this moment. As long as it's uncrewed, it can fail as much as it wants to, and every failure gives you a learning opportunity. It really does. Yep. So pad 1, you're going to be missed. Yeah, that pad is going to go. This launch, and then hopefully flight 11, and then pad 1 is going to be torn down and completely rebuilt. I'm pretty sure about that. The tower is going to stay. They're going to modify it and flesh it out and put a few things on it that might not be there yet, but it's not going to be much. It's going to largely look the same as it did before, but the pad is going to get a flame diverter, I guarantee you, 100%. Which should also close any debates about pad 1 not being able to do block 3. If you rebuild the entire pad, you can build it for it. So that's not the problem either. And I'm pretty sure once these 2 launches are gone, Musk said it yesterday that he's hoping for the first block 3 launch this year, meaning they should be very close to finishing pad 2 as well. I've been speculating about that we've been speculating on recent episodes about how long is it going to take SpaceX to finish this. But with that in mind, it shouldn't be much longer than maybe 2 months.
No,
Then
I really
they should be done with it.
first tests
Yep.
pretty soon. Now, they
Yep.
have to do tons of things, and I think little
Yep.
things like checking if all the pipes are, for example, properly connected. This is all stuff that we should see pretty soon.
And it's
I'm
going to be
super
so
excited
great.
about it. Yeah.
Yes, I'm so looking forward to pad 2, to block 3, to what's to come next year. Oh man, we haven't seen anything yet. If you think Starbase is crazy, mark my words right now, because it's been like this every year. In a year, you're going to take a look at what it looked like a year ago, and you're going to be like, "Holy cow, they did this in 1 year!" And it's the case every year. It's so intense and so. It's like an ant's nest. It's an entire city building rockets. It's incredible. Oh, someone had a really, really good post about this on X. I reposted this. It was one of the higher ranks at SpaceX. I don't remember, was it Donchev? Let me see. He put it into words so beautifully. I reposted it because it was so good. Let me see. If I can't find it in a minute, I won't. But yeah, I think I can't find it. Doesn't matter. So other people have the same view of Starbase. Starbase is, if you've never been there, it's not just a rocket factory. It is almost a cult. It's insane. It's incredible. It's an entire city bustling with life, with hovercrafts moving around and people going about their daily business and working 24/7 to get this done. Starbase, in the middle of the night, you can see activity everywhere. It never sleeps. It's incredible. Like I said, the 2020 visit, none of the buildings back then is still there.
Yeah, I'm always amazed. Ever since I've been working for Y, I literally have live streams on all the time. And since I'm starting to work early in the morning in Germany, I always start watching Starbase when it's in the middle of the night. And as you said, it never ever stops. And I even have a feeling that at night you even more get this spaceport feel, because you see welding, you see sparks, you see it's like a huge sci-fi set, and it's changing at such an incredible pace. You really have to look at it every day to not miss it. It's incredible.
I was last time I visited. Jonathan, weren't you there as well last time I visited? I think, right? He's in the off doing all the background tech. He's always busy with that. There he is.
Hey.
So I visited with him. Last one was at March. They were tearing down the high bay at that point, I think, and we were standing out there with Jordan Guidry when he was still our photographer. Shout out to Jordan if you're watching this as well. And that was exactly this kind of scenery. We were standing in a road inside of the village, inside of the original Boca Chica village, which nowadays is like completely populated by SpaceX employees. But we were just standing there in the dark, in the night, and we were watching the sparks fly off of the high bay. It never stops. It never stops. It's just absolutely incredible. So an OLM vent, and we have a small tower vent. We're at T minus 1 hour and 18 minutes right now. I just wanted to point that out. The vent is starting, meaning SpaceX is progressing in its timeline, and so far everything's nominal, and they should come up in 3 minutes on the go no go decision for fueling. See, there you go. That's the pre-launch timeline, and the first one in there, that's the one that I just talked about. At T minus 75 minutes, flight director verifies go for propellant load. So with a little bit of luck, we are going to see a Starship launch today. I do not want to jinx it because first time, as I said, for anybody who has just joined, I don't even know, let me just, I brought up, so we have 8,400 people watching right now. So first of all, I want to send a heartfelt thank you to in every room where we're flickering on the screen right now. Thank you so much for watching this with us. Thank you so much for being interested in what SpaceX is doing. Let's cross our fingers for this. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel. Those are two completely for free things that you can do in return for the work that we're doing here for you. It doesn't feel like work, but if you want to help us out, you can by liking the stream and subscribing to the channel. It helps us immensely. If you want to go further, you can become a channel member. You can become a patron. You can click the little join button under the video, and then you're a magical world of lots of extra content and direct contact with the entire team opens up for you. So it's worth it. It's not just you're giving something. We're giving something back. You can buy yourself a T-shirt. You can just watch and enjoy. All of that is fine with us. Thank you for being here. If you have a question for us, write it into this chat. Hashtag question, and we'll answer as many as we can. If you attach it to a super chat, it is going to be prioritized because we're getting so many questions in that it's normally really, really hard. I want to say to answer all of them, but we're going to speed talk as much as we can. So thank you everybody for joining us. Enjoy the show. This is Starship Flight 10. We have ship 37 on the top and booster 16 on the bottom. This is the penultimate Block 2 launch. So there's going to be one more Block 2 Starship launch after this, hopefully, and then we're going to shift over to Block 3, Pad 2, completely like radically new design. It looks kind of the same on the outside, but even on the outside, you can already tell that there are a lot of things different. Tanks are bigger. Grid fins are different. The entire structure, different engine. You don't have Raptor 2 anymore. You have Raptor 3, and so on and so forth. So it's going to bring a lot of novelty to the Starship. That should start. My prediction would be November, maybe December this year, that they actually start launching a Block 3. And the show is going to keep going. This is an absolutely incredible project, and you're tuned into the right stream. So let's enjoy the show. All right, let's continue. We're as soon as we know something about the no go, I want to hear it. Man, I'm so excited again. This is absolutely crazy. All right, give me just 1 second. I got to type something very important into the chat here. There you go. Oh, that's the wrong one. I typed into the wrong field. There you go. It had to be said. All right, so the next one would be third time's the charm. Did you just read this one? Yeah, we did. Okay, so that's Pad 1 and Pad 2. Okay, so let's go a little bit quicker if we can, if we don't sidetrack like crazy again. I have no, thank you so much. Nothing here. Thank you so much for the super chat. I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work, Thomas Edison. And there's nothing to add to that. Absolutely. Test, fail, fix, repeat, and as quick as you can, and you'll gain a lot of knowledge in a very short amount of time. That's how it goes. I did the same at What About It, not with rockets, but I didn't know much about YouTube videos. I did the same thing. Just throw it at the wall and see what happens. And now I'm sitting here. Good question. Thank you so much for the super chat. This one's for you, Chris.
14 boosters bolted together in LEO as cruiser for Mars. I don't think so. I think it would be better to actually send 14 boosters or 14 ships. I mean, the boosters are not what's flying to Mars anyway. It's the ships, but yeah, of course. I mean, we already have seen these mock-ups, like doing the Starship Super Heavy with 3 boosters and one super large.
I am a huge fan of Starship Heavy. Absolutely.
Yeah, but no. Basically, not a good idea.
It doesn't make much sense. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It doesn't.
We said we're doing speed round.
I just got a message in the off. It doesn't make much sense to do this. The Starship is built in this way because it makes a lot of sense, and just diverting from this, I've heard all sorts of questions like this before. Why don't they just put heat tiles on the OLM is a very often brought up one, because heat tiles are built for a different thing. They would shatter and crumble, and boosters, as Chris said, aren't even the part of the rocket that goes to space. The upper stage goes to space. You could extend the upper stage, and that's exactly what SpaceX is going to do. Block 3 is going to have a larger upper stage, and Block 4 again. And that is to get a larger payload base so that you can ferry even larger items, not even the tonnage. The tonnage is actually not even that important on rockets, because it is really hard to fill that much weight into that payload ferrying. The constraint normally is the size, the volume of the payload bay, and that's why SpaceX is stretching this hull further and further. So, but yeah, no, 14 boosters bolted together in LEO is it would be cool to see, absolutely. All right, we have Raphael Gmür. Thank you so much for your super chat. Wow, congratulations to 250 million views. Keep up the fantastic coverage. Yeah, it's crazy. I never expected this when I started the channel, and it is a very humbling feeling. I've shed a tear or two on live streams before. When we passed the 600,000 subscribers on the last launch, for example, my wife can tell you that for the first half year after I started the channel, I basically didn't sleep, because it kept me so busy emotionally that there were actually people out there wanting to watch what I ramble into the camera. So thank you so much for listening to my rambling over 6 years now. Thank you so much. Seriously, it's much appreciated. Okay, the next one's for you again.
Okay, Kenneth Wheeler. Thank you so much. Some tea and cookies. Yeah, cookies would be nice. I think next time I should actually start like putting some snacks here as well. That's a good idea. No, I won't.
Heat tile. I could eat a heat tile.
Please don't. You should really not do that. I don't think it's that good for you. Just keep it. It's nice to pet, but don't eat.
Oh, I thought you were putting it in my mouth. For some reason, I do that. My wife just gave me a cookie. I was already getting ready to be like, all right, I love you, thank you. So here's the cookie, and I have coffee, if that's okay as well. Thank you so much for the super chat. It is much appreciated. Okay, we have Keith Penny. Thank you so much for the generous donation. Some pocket money for the kids. Wow, so we're at 120.
The kids are having
now.
A good day.
And
today.
this is pounds, so arguably even more. You have to start.
Writing it down,
Victor is writing it down. So my eldest son has already started keeping book of this. Thank you so much. Oh God, our kids are going to be rich. Thank you very much. We're going to make sure that they buy something that is good for them, though. So don't worry, they're not going to invest $150 in sweets. So that was mine. Yours is the longer one again. I'm sorry.
John Wood, thank you for your question. How many propellant transfers on orbit are required to fill up one Starship headed to Mars? Interesting question. That's really an interesting question. How many do we need? 8? 10?
I'd only know for Artemis. Honestly, I'd only know for Artemis, and even with Artemis, I've heard all sorts of different numbers.
The thing is,
I tried to run the numbers myself. It's difficult if you're not an orbital trajectory specialist.
And also the factor that we don't know yet is how the tanker is built. We just don't know how many tons of propellant we can actually get into orbit. So it's really hard to say.
Going to be able to get it, So they have these aspirational goals. That's what this is called. When Elon Musk says at some point Starship is supposed to carry 200 tons to orbit, that is a so-called aspirational goal. He even says it. He says someday it is supposed to. That is a very important word. What realistically is possible, actually, even with Block 3, I think, is around 100 tons. That they should be able to do. But depending on how much they can ramp this up, imagine they can do 200 tons at some point. It's half the flights. So it's really hard to say. But I've heard everything from 6 to 12 so far in numbers. But that was for HLS. That wasn't for a Mars flight. For a Mars flight, I have never looked into the numbers, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. We don't know how they will do the Mars flight. That's the thing. Are they going to slingshot around the moon? Are they going to do multiple slingshots? There's so many astromechanical things there to consider that we just don't know.
The most important part about this is probably that it doesn't matter much. because no, seriously, that's the next funny thing about SpaceX rockets is the concept of Starship is to be incredibly cheap because it can be rapidly reused. And that is going to drive down launch costs. And so the propellant that you need to ferry up is going to be way cheaper per gallon or liter wherever you come from. The price goes down. So the flights can go up. It's this. You can see the same with Falcon 9. The only reason why SpaceX was able to send how many at this point? 7,000 active Starlink satellites in orbit. The only reason why they were able to do this is because they can reuse the Falcon 9 booster, which drove down costs vastly from what was there before. Before you had to pay around $200 million for a launch. Before SpaceX came on board in the industry, it was around $200 million was the cheapest you could get for a low Earth orbit flight of a meaningful payload. And now it's internally at SpaceX, I believe SpaceX is below $20 million per launch. Below $20 million. They're selling it to customers for 50. That's their profit, and that's how they finance everything. And through Starlink revenue, it is getting immense at this point. There are a lot of Starlink customers out there, but that's what makes it less important. If you need 5 or 10 flights, how much does it matter if a flight is $5 to $10 million?
Yeah, sure.
It's really not that much money for a Starship. So of course, again, that's the aspirational goal. I've heard numbers there from $1 million for a Starship launch, which would be absolutely insanely cheap, to let's say 10 to 15 million. And you would still be cheaper than a Falcon 9, and you're bringing up 10 times the mass.
We are go for prop load, and weather is now 55% favorable. So weather is getting better, and we are loading.
That's what I was. I'm so happy. Okay, so I really did look at the My Radar app earlier, and it really looks like it's going to clean up more and more. And there are you can see the vent is now large. There's a lot of vent coming out of there, out of the OLM and out of the tower at the midpoint. And those are for the ship quick disconnect and the booster quick disconnect. The booster quick disconnect is the thing on the bottom. Give me a second. I'm going to mark this again for you. I know most people here know, but a few don't. So this is the ship quick disconnect, and this is the booster quick disconnect. Those two fuel the upper stage and the booster stage, and they're pre-chilling the lines right now, as I explained before, that they do to reduce the thermal shock on the ground support equipment, on basically everything, on the valves, on the lines themselves. It helps a lot if you gradually cool it down, and that's what they're doing there right now. What you're seeing vented is not methane or oxygen, it is nitrogen. That is what they're circling through the lines right now. So it's an inert gas. You do not need to worry. Nothing can explode out there. They've had that lesson as well, funny enough. Which booster was it? Go for prop load. I've just announced it. Yes. Jonathan was a second faster. My wife just cheered at me and said, go for prop load. So yeah, we are go for prop load. And this is a very, very important thing. I am so looking forward to this launch. I want it to launch so badly. All right. So much for that. Okay. So that was the one with the fillings. So keep in mind, it's way more important that it's not going to be really important. It really isn't. Okay. Yeah, then we have John. Yeah.
One of the reasons for the rapid reusability is to be able to just send more ships if you need to. So, yeah, as you said.
Yes, at a reasonable price, exactly. It's going to be cheaper to send 10 Starships than to send one other rocket.
Yeah.
That's the goal of Starship. And you're going to send so much more payload up with it. With the same cost it would have cost you to get one rocket up with ULA. Nothing against you, Tor Bruno, I love you guys. But that's the goal of Starship. It is going to get really, really cheap if this succeeds. And then you can refuel it 10 times, you can refuel it 15 times, it doesn't matter. It's still cheaper, vastly cheaper than an SLS launch. That is absolutely for sure. Okay, so John Buell, thank you so much for your super chat. Love my Raptor 3 t-shirt. We're t-shirt buddies. I had to do it. Sorry. Okay, that shirt, by the way, is available in our store. Isn't it incredible how we YouTubers always plug our products? It's very important for us. And these designs are all either from the team, from me, or from other artists in the scene. So this is very personal merch. And really do like the Raptor 3 shirt as well. It's a very, very nice one. The render is by Wooper, and the design was made by Alex. He's one of our editors. So he put it into a frame and made it look beautiful, and it's a really, really cool shirt. Elliot, shout out to you for your really, really beautiful Raptor model. Okay, so that's the Raptor 3 shirt. Yeah, next one. We gotta go quicker.
How are the super heavy booster via the hot staging ring and the Starship attached? How do they separate? Okay, we start with the separation. That's the reason behind the hot staging. You basically don't have an explosion or something, a device that's separating them, but you can simply push them apart. So once you start up the engines in the Starship in the upper stage, it simply separates. It can actually push itself off from the booster.
And thrusting. Yep.
Yeah. And the connection, that's an interesting thing. This is actually something that I can't say ad hoc. There must be some sort of clamps, I guess, or is it just gravity?
Mm-hmm. Oh, between the stages, it's just gravity. I think it's just gravity. I might be wrong, but I do think there is no meaningful, maybe there is something that keeps it in place so that it doesn't wiggle, but there is no meaningful structural support there, and nothing that actually keeps it locked in. And nothing that would withstand any meaningful force, that's for sure. If a Starship twists over, the reason why it doesn't fall apart is the push from the booster. We've seen that before.
Yeah.
So there are tiny clamps between the stages, but they're more there to rest it in place than to actually turn it into a rigid object. It would still separate itself, and that's exactly what it does. The Starship just starts blasting its engines, and they push apart. That's all there is. But there are clamps on the booster itself holding it down on the pad, and that needs to be, of course, because you need to spool the engines up before you lift off. So you have a moment where the rocket still sits on the pad, but it's not lifting off, and that is because of the clamps that are in the OLM itself, and they're keeping it in place, and they're holding it tightly gripped, actually withstanding the force of the Raptor engines. And then when everything checks out and every sensor gives them the data that they need, they release it from the pad with these clamps. They open the clamps, and then the Starship starts lifting off. That is a very normal thing, and every rocket has it. But I really do, I mean, I might be wrong, but I do think that the two stages, there is a mechanism there that keeps it in place, that these little notches that you can always see when they're stacking them, but those little notches they're not
they're just aligning
fixed.
Yeah.
They're aligning it, and they're keeping it in that alignment, but they're not really a meaningful connection. If you would grab the Starship and shake it, the upper stage would fall down, basically. I mean, Mechazilla will not do that, but there isn't much connection in between them. No, it's not a really tightly connected structure. It doesn't need to be, because it goes up vertically, and then the gravitation turn is really soft. It's very, very soft. Okay, that was Eric. I really hope I didn't do anything wrong there, but I think that's the case. We have Dan Gordon. Thank you so much for your super chat. I love the enthusiasm. Why always spreads? You guys are the best. Question: how will the Starship be caught if the booster is sitting on the OLM ready to go? Catch towers. I was a really big opponent of catch towers in the beginning, but now I'm on board with catch towers as well, because even at Slick 37, SpaceX suggested building catch towers. First of all, the booster comes down after 8 minutes, and the Starship can theoretically stay up there for half a year. It can just keep orbiting. So there is no problem there. But if you want to turn this into a rapidly reusable thing, meaning you want to fly a Starship once a day or twice a day, or even crazier numbers, I'm really looking forward to how far they can go with this, you will need 2 towers for one rocket. Because on the one, you have the booster, which is being caught, and theoretically it's just supposed to be set down on the OLM again. Then they can refuel it and put another Starship on top. But the other Starship that it shot up into space needs to land at something. And I think it would be very much added hassle if you would still need, first, if you would need to launch another Starship so that the pad is free for another 8 minutes, and then you catch your Starship and set it down, and then you catch the booster again. It just doesn't work. You need 2 towers.
Yeah, there's one other thing that you also should not forget, and that is the fact that the Starship needs to get new payload. I mean, you can't just fill it up again. It doesn't make any sense, except for
Oh, even if you, I mean,
yeah,
but even if you would use a different Starship again, you would have a window of 8 minutes
yeah, yeah,
until
and
there's
on the
another booster on it.
and also
So it's
building a tower is incredibly easy. That's the other thing. When you look at what was the first thing that we saw at Pad 2 was the tower, and this tower is still complicated because it has a quick disconnect. It has a fuel system and everything. And
it
the
was the first
simple
one as
catch
well. Yeah.
tower would be
Yeah.
super easy to build and cheap in
It would take
comparison.
some time and it would cost some money, but it would greatly increase the launch cadence. And that's why I think that they already have them planned at Slick 37. The document said if there is space left, they are going to build 2 catch towers at Slick 37. So they're going to have 2 launch towers, and somewhere on that same property, they're going to have 2 catch towers. And that's the reason. It just greatly speeds up your launch cadence. If the pad is instantly ready again to take something else up, and it doesn't the schedule is not being interfered with because you have that catch tower on the side that you can catch your upper stage with, and or even a booster and have a new booster on the pad. You're just way more flexible if you have 2 towers. And so I think that that'll make sense. I think they'll do that. Absolutely. Okay. Steve Sanford, thank you so much for your super chat. Hello, Felix and crew. Really enjoy your channel. Keep up your successful organization. Thank you so much. Also saying hello to my brother outside of Huntsville, Alabama. No, you are watching. Third time's the charm. So, brother in Huntsville, Alabama, here's your shout out. Thank you so much for the super chat. This helps us a lot. You cannot imagine how much the so-called crowdfunding, the member funding, is needed at What About It, and it helps us so much. So thank you so much for the coffee money. It is very, very much appreciated. We have 12,000 people watching at this point. So for anybody who has just joined us, I said this the last 4,000 gained viewers ago. So we're watching Starship Flight 10. We have Ship 37 on the top and Booster 16 on the bottom. This is the penultimate Block 2 launch. Block 2 refers to the design of the Starship itself. First, we have Block 1. Right now, we have Block 2, and Block 3 is going to bring a lot of changes. So this is the second last Block 2 launch that you'll ever see. Very likely. It still uses the old pad. The new pad looks completely different, so there's going to be a lot of changes. What we expect SpaceX to do today, they have already done the go, no-go decision for fueling, and now as you can see, the vent on the tower is gone. That theoretically means they are very, very close to starting the fueling on the upper stage or have already begun. As soon as you see the venting go away on the OLM down there, the white puff that you can see come out of the stool that the rocket sits on. Give me a second, I'll mark it again for you. This puff down here, it's always this puff, that puff. No, there you go, exactly. This puff down there. As soon as that disappears, they are about to or have already started fueling the booster stage. So these 2 things are what we're waiting for. What SpaceX is going to do in orbit is basically what they tried on the last few launches. If you followed the media, you've seen that these ended in beautiful fireworks. SpaceX, of course, didn't want that firework, but it's part of testing, and they've learned a lot of things. And this Starship, again, has fixes that caused the trouble on Flight 9, and Flight 9 had fixes that caused the trouble on Flight 8, and so on and so forth. So the design is being improved over time. And what they want to do is get the upper stage into orbit. The booster is going to come back down. It is going to do a soft landing in the ocean. It's going to be stress tested while it does it. They're going to test engine redundancy by deliberately not relighting one of the 3 center engines for the landing burn, so that the system needs to make this split-second decision and use another engine for it, and so on and so forth. So it's all going to be about stress testing. That's why they don't catch it, because you do not want to do stress testing above an active launch pad. It's not a good idea, especially if you have the ocean right next to it. It'll just drop into the ocean and be fished out later. The upper stage is going to go into an almost orbit. It would need to thrust another 30 seconds and it would be in orbit. It's not going to do that because SpaceX can't guarantee where it is going to deorbit again. And until they can't do that, they are not going to send anything into orbit. It would be madness. It's 150 tons heavy without its fuel, and it has a huge heat shield. It survives a re-entry, and you cannot have it deorbit over a city. That would be very, very dangerous. And so they're not doing this. And the test they're supposed to do, the most important one, is the payload deploy sequence. This is going to start 18 minutes and some seconds into the flight and going to last, I think, 6.5 minutes. And during that time, there you go. Thank you very much. During that time, they're going to separate 8 dummy satellites, dumplings as they call them. They are as large and have the same form factor as a V3 Starlink satellite, which is going to be actual payload for Starships. My wife is cheering, and every time she does, I think, oh, something good has happened. So, and they're going to separate these dummy satellites in space. They're going to follow the same trajectory as the Starship, so there's no debris left in space. Everything re-enters really, really quickly again, and the re-entry is going to happen over the Indian Ocean, and Starship is going to fly a steeper angle through the atmosphere to, especially in this case, again, stress test the heat shield. There are some spots on this heat shield that don't have any tiles, and it is deliberate. There are other spots that have metal tiles. There's even one tile on there that is actively cooled, and those are all tests. It even has the aft flaps have tiles on the leeward side. I'm not too sure why they're there, but they're testing something. And so the heat shield is on re-entry. The entire focus is on the heat shield. What does it do? How does it ablate? Does it ablate at all? How hot does it get in the spots where there's no tile? How do the metal tiles behave? And so on and so forth. It's all over the place. They're trying to get data on what the direction is they need to take with the heat shield, because as it is right now, Musk said it yesterday in the technical update, you can only catch a ship if it loses zero heat tiles during re-entry. You need to have a very reliable heat shield before you can think about reusing a ship or reliably catching it. You really don't want to risk your tower because it takes a while to build the thing. And if a Starship crashes into Mechazilla, it'll take a long time to fix it. And it's dangerous too. You just generally don't want to risk this. So they're testing the heat shield. Everything about that re-entry is heat shield related. And then in the end, it is supposed to do its belly flop and slow down and then soft land in the Indian Ocean. And SpaceX normally, do we see thrust? And SpaceX normally, I don't see anything.
Yeah, no frost yet, but I just
no frost yet.
Zooped onto it.
But we're still a minute or so away from them starting the fueling.
We should have seen fueling.
We should be at it, right?
Since 2 minutes ago, exactly. So we haven't had any confirmation from SpaceX yet.
It's hard to say as well.
Oh, actually, prop loan for ship is underway for the upper stage. So we are in
nice.
Very good. Okay, so we're fueling the upper stage, everybody. We've done this before, and let's just cross our fingers for the weather. To wrap this up, this little recap of what's going to happen today, SpaceX has buoys in the ocean to measure sound and vibrations, and they have camera. So stay until the end. Don't go away when the Starship has launched. You're missing the most beautiful part if it works out this time. The re-entry visuals that SpaceX brings are absolutely breathtaking. You'll see a Starship engulfed in a plasma cloud screaming through the sky, and then you're going to see it being filmed from the ocean as it flips over and lands. It looks absolutely incredible. Make sure to stay until the end. All right, quick shout out to MyRadar. You see the logo up here. They are sponsoring today's stream. They're easily one of the best weather apps out there. They're completely for free. Go to your app store, try them out. It is absolutely worth it. We use them on our team. Second shout out goes to Raptor Roost. These guys are just absolutely amazing. It is a viewing spot at Starbase, and it is right outside the exclusion zone, and it has an amazing community. If anybody from there is watching right now, cheer for us. We have flight attempt number 3 going on. Go to raptorroost.com to get a ticket for flight 11. Right now, it's probably going to be a little bit too late, but it's absolutely worth it. Third shout out goes to Redline Helicopter Tours. Because they provide us with the aerial images, with the opportunity to get the aerial images, and they're really, really good people. Go to redlineheli.com/Felix and get $25 off a flight at Starbase, and it is absolutely worth it. All right, that's it. Oh, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. Yeah, I'm the YouTuber. Forgive me. What are they? What? Okay. So I just heard SpaceX has already gone live, but you can only see the intro right now, and Jonathan is working on getting it on screen. And then we're going to be with commentators from SpaceX. Anybody who hasn't had their question said out loud and answered, it took us a long time today to answer these questions. Blame the people that asked the questions; they were really good. We're going to try to answer as many of them in between as we can. If the Starship actually launches today, which we really, really hope, there's a coast phase and so on and so forth. So we are going to answer as many as we can. Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama. Next up, we have Richard Van Noort.
Hello to Felix, Chris, and Jonathan. Question: as we move into Block 3, do you think resonance issues will reappear? This is something that we don't know. I think that they will make very sure that they get it right. I think this is something that they learned, and we know that SpaceX does learn from their mistakes or from their tests, as they say. And so, yeah, it's something that can, of course, always happen, but I don't think that we'll see that again. I think we're over that. It's just a personal thing.
What's to be said about the vibration issue is that there has not ever been a confirmation from SpaceX that this is actually an issue. There have been all sorts of reasons stated why the flights failed, but the problem is we don't know if there is even if Flight 8 still had the resonance problem, we don't know. There hasn't been any about it. The problem is really hard to say if it's not already fixed. I obviously hope it's already fixed, and I'm pretty sure if they could find the thing is, what you do when your rocket doesn't work, you look at the data, you look at what exactly happened, and you start fixing it. And every time you launch it again, you have hundreds of fixes implemented. It's not just like 2 or 3 things. SpaceX implements hundreds of fixes every time they do a launch, and part of that is absolutely built against resonance vibrations. What he's talking about is basically engine-induced vibrations coming from the engine section, and they can create these spots in the construction, in the thrust structure, that vibrate specially, that get
harmonic resonance.
Harmonic resonance, exactly. It's basically like putting a power tool against it and turning that power tool on. It is really, really bad for the hardware. You do not want to have that. And I'm very sure if they had it, SpaceX is at the point where they fixed it. Let's hope they did. And let's just really, really hope that Ship 37 is going to do the flight today. I really don't want to see Flight 9 again. I had such a, if you've watched this, I was sitting there, I got like I'm always saying half my hair I lost on Flight 9. It wasn't nice. It really wasn't nice. So I'm really, really crossing my fingers, especially for the SpaceX crew. They put so much work into this, and they're so dedicated. I posted and I'm doing it again. We got to do more questions. All right, next one. I'm sorry. I always have so many things to say. And SpaceX's feed is there. Yes. Yes. All right, so here we go. These are the drone. This is the drone footage from SpaceX. Is it still the beauty shots, or is this already with the commentary? All right. Yes, go ahead.
Always talk about. Our progress here at SpaceX is measured by getting closer to establishing a self-sustaining civilization on Mars, and these are the flights that are forging that path.
That's right. Now, a whole bunch has happened to get us to this 10th flight test. We're not going to go all the way back to the beginning, but we're going to start with Starship's 9th flight test, which lifted off in May. That one did end with what we call a rapid unscheduled disassembly, or a RUD, on both the ship and booster. Let's take a quick trip back.
So Flight 9 marked the first reflight of a super heavy booster. We saw successful hot staging and the first ever deterministic flip, which gives us extra performance. The reused booster was flown at a much higher angle of attack to push the envelope on capabilities. This did end up causing some internal structural failure, eventually leading to a rapid unscheduled disassembly at landing burn.
Ship, though, continued its ascent. While it was going, though, we saw pressure dropping in the main fuel tank, rising in the nose cone. In this view, you can see pop, the fuel diffuser inside the pressurization system. We had a hole develop. The ship still managed to complete its ascent burn, got to its planned velocity, got to second stage engine cutoff. Really huge moment.
After that, though, we did run into some issues with attitude control, which eventually led us to skipping the payload deploy and Raptor Relight demos. Starship eventually re-entered the atmosphere in an off-nominal attitude, and communication was unfortunately lost approximately 46 minutes into the flight test during entry, but not before we got one heck of a light show.
That's right. Looking forward to another one today. The booster rud, we went back and looked at it. That was caused we had a much higher than predicted forces on the booster structure, really honing in on that internal fuel transfer tube inside. That was all due to that angle of attack experiment we were running for today's flight and any of the remaining ones on this version of the booster. We're just lowering the angle of attack for the booster as it comes in, relaxes those forces, minimizes the likelihood that we see that kind of structural failure.
Yeah, and then over on the ship side, we redesigned the part of the fuel pressurization system that failed on Flight 9. We put it through a more rigorous test campaign and subjected it to flight-like stresses, and eventually we were able to actually run it for more than 10 times the expected service life with no damage, which was super exciting. Yeah. Our goal is always, of course, to make it through all of the objectives we set, but any result that teaches us more about Starship performing in the real-world environment helps us to make those targeted iterations and improve quickly.
Yeah, that's kind of been the secret to our success. That's how we developed Falcon 1, our first rocket. That's how we developed Falcon 9, which we've already flown more than 100 times just this year. A little insane. And 500 flights overall.
Yeah, super exciting for Falcon 9. And again, we're trying to follow their lead and launch, learn, and repeat.
Yeah. So we finished Flight 9. We were getting ready for Flight 10. So and if you followed along, we originally had a different ship number 36, that was slated to fly on Flight 10. But that experienced a pretty major anomaly during its static fire test out at our Massey's test site. We were actually in its second static fire, a 6 engine. We were loading cryogenic propellant on board. We saw a sudden energetic event, complete loss of Starship, damage to the stand, and some of the immediate area surrounding it.
The most likely root cause that we were able to identify was undetectable or under-screen damage to a composite overwrapped pressure vessel, or COPV, in Starship's payload base section. To address this probable cause, we are operating the COPVs on Starship at a lower pressure and also implemented additional proofs and inspection methods.
Meanwhile, though, got to maintain our launch schedule, got to keep testing, so we pivoted to actually using the launch pad, the same one we're stacked on right now, to do ship static fire tests, something we had never done before. A retrofit was the fastest path to get back to flying. The team was able to engineer, implement a solution. We used a ship transport ring, sawed some stuff off, welded some stuff on. We're able to mount the ship, load propellant using what we usually use for the booster, and then do two different static fires on that orbital launch mount, doing that in a matter of weeks.
Yeah, it was really an incredible turnaround to see. And the static fires did give us the data we needed to progress to launch and are a prime example of our engineer and technician teams working together to build creative solutions to keep us charging forward to bring Starship online.
Yeah, even while we did all of that, we're still in the process of rebuilding that Massey's test site. That's where we want to continue testing our ships in the future, and we're getting it ready for that next generation of Starship version 3.
Yeah, very excited. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the rocket on the pad currently. Starship is the first orbital launch vehicle engineered to be fully reusable. It's built for frequent flights and a significant amount of payload.
It is the largest rocket ever made, ever flown, largest flying object in human history. It's going.
All right, give us just a second. We're trying to fix something here. It should come back in like 3 seconds.
A chance to do a deep dive into kind of everything big picture Starship. Had some special guests, Elon Musk and Bill Riley. Let's take a look back. We're about to launch the largest flying object ever made, but this isn't on the radar for everybody, and we know that. So we want to kind of take a beat, pull back, do a little bit of Starship 101. To do that, I've got some special guests crashing the webcast today. Joining me now in Star Factory, Elon Musk, Chief Engineer at SpaceX. Bill Riley, our VP of Starship Engineering. Thanks for being here, guys. I know we got a rocket about to get off the pad, but, you know, let's start people off like high level. Like, why are we here? What the hell are we doing here?
Well, I don't know about everybody, but I'm here to try to build into the future that I imagined and dreamed of as a child, where starships with people are out among the stars exploring the universe.
Yeah. So the why, it's always important to explain the why of things. And the why of Starship is that we want to be a multi-planet species to extend consciousness beyond Earth, I think for two main reasons. One is to ensure the long-term survival and prosperity of life as we know it in consciousness, which if we are a multi-planet species and ultimately a multi-stellar species out there among the stars, the probability of survival is much, much longer. That's kind of the, defensive aspect or life insurance for life collectively. But then there also need to be things that are inspiring and exciting and that give you reason to live. Life cannot just be about solving one tragic problem after another. There must be also reasons to get up in the morning and be excited about the future. And a future where we are a spacefaring civilization is infinitely more exciting than one where we are not.
And we're doing it all pretty unique location. I mean, the pad's behind us. We got rocket on the tower. We got another tower with it. We're sitting inside Star Factory. And I mean, it wasn't like this for very long. This is all pretty brand new.
Yeah, I think we moved Starship here in about the early part of 2019. So we've been coming that entire time and seeing the site evolve from a double-wide trailer and a tent where we built Starhopper to the first suborbital test flights. And now we have behind us 2 towers for the first time as we build towards the first operational flight from the second tower at the end of this year. And this beautiful building, 1 million square feet, where we're able to work towards a production line of Starships.
Yeah, the SpaceX team has done an incredible job of building out really the most advanced rocket manufacturing facility that has ever existed. This is far beyond any rocket fabrication facility that has ever been built. This is essentially alien-level technology, and it was all built here basically down by the Rio Grande River and close to the beach. It's an incredibly improbable location, and this used to be a sandbar. I think we're about, 3 feet or about 1 meter above sea level. It really was nothing. If you see the time lapse from sandbar to two launch towers and a gigantic rocket factory with high bays, and we're going to be building something called the Gigabay, which is like one of the largest enclosed volumes on Earth. So it's sort of like a gigantic Borg cube that we're going to be building here for building and storing these gigantic rockets. It's really spectacular, and anyone can come and visit. So because we're on a public highway, and we're literally by a public beach, you can actually come and see the rocket. You quite close up. I mean, you can drive past it, and you can also look at the factory. And anyone can do this from anywhere in the world. So you can come and visit and check it out. So I think it's pretty cool that it's
just not right now.
Just not right now.
Just not right now.
Obviously not when we're launching because there's some safety issues. But the rocket's often just sitting on the pad without any propellant in it, and then you can just come here and visit. It's very easy.
Yeah, I think it's a really special place. Yesterday, the ship went down the road behind us, and I saw families outside on Sunday going for their Sunday stroll, and they were greeted by Starship going down. And I think that from the very beginning, the thing about Starship, different than Falcon and other rockets that I'm aware of, is we designed it to be mass-produced and mass-produced at scale. And it's not about building one Starship and getting to orbit once. It's about doing it in a sustained and rapid way.
Yeah, we're aiming for ultimately thousands of ships to be built per year, which is what's needed in order to construct a city on Mars that is self-sustaining. And the major fork in the road of destiny will be when the Mars city is capable of surviving, even if the resupply ships from Earth stop coming for any reason. And that reason could be something cataclysmic, or it could be that that civilization simply subsided. There's always this debate throughout history of will civilization end with a bang or a whimper. But either way, if the critical thing is to get to the point where Mars is self-sustaining and can survive even if the resupply ships stop coming for any reason, which means that you need to build an entire base of industry on Mars in order for Mars to survive. For example, it's not simply enough to build a chip, like a computer chip factory, but you need the ability to build computer chip factories. So this is going to really take a lot of tonnage. I mean, my guess is at least 1 million tons to the surface of Mars, and maybe it takes less than that, but it's going to be a lot. But this is a very exciting future, It's one which will ensure the long-term survival and prosperity of life and consciousness, and it's the critical stepping stone to get from this solar system to other star systems, and perhaps go out there and explore, and perhaps we'll encounter alien civilizations that maybe they're alive now, or maybe they enjoyed a period of prosperity for millions of years, but also died out millions of years ago. So it's humbling to think of the age of the universe, according to the standard model of physics, being approximately 13.8 billion years old. So an incremental million years would be 3 digits past the decimal point. And if you look at, say, our civilization and measure our civilization by the first evidence of writing, which is about 5,500 years ago, civilization as measured from the first writing is only 1/1,000,000th of Earth's existence.
Or blip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flash in the pan so far.
Yeah. Well, we're getting some cool shots. Rocket out on the pad right now. We tell people, like, come down, see it. It's hard to get, like, a sense of scale of just how massive this thing is. And we were able to catch somebody working on it a little while ago. And, like, part of the reason you said we're sending millions of tons, that's kind of why this thing is so massive.
I think in this image, Dan, you can actually see the person working at the bottom of the ship, and as we zoom out, you see the full ship, that sort of two-tone silver and black, and then the booster below it, right? And it really sets the scale, which doesn't come across, I think, other than in person. And when I do tours, I like to say Starship is real, Starship is big, and Starship is really big. And I think you can see there, and with the factory shots you saw earlier, again, we've got Flight 10 on the pad, but we got many more behind it.
Yeah, so I posted a video yesterday of just a brief scan of part of the Starship factory, and you can get a sense of the scale of the factory. Yeah, I guess we could talk a bit about why Starship is the way it is. Like, for example, why is half of the ship black and half of it is silver colored? And that's because the bottom half of the ship, the bottom as seen from orbital entry, has a heat shield on it. So the black there is the heat shield, and then the core structure of the rocket is a special alloy of stainless steel, and that's where you see the sort of shiny silver parts are stainless steel. The reason for steel over aluminum is that the heat of atmospheric entry and the heat of the rocket engines is enough to easily melt aluminum, but steel is much more resilient against both ascent heating, but especially the reentry heating. And you don't have to paint it, which is actually very difficult to paint a large object that is going through cryogenic cycles and have the paint stay on. It's quite challenging.
And it also looks really
so
good.
We've talked about it. It's massive. It obviously takes a whole lot of energy to make that thing move. And that's where Raptor really starts to come in. Most advanced engine on the planet. Giant lightsaber.
No, that's a lightsaber and a half. You would get vaporized in an instant if you were standing in front of Raptor. So, yeah, burnt to a crisp in less than a second. So in order to create a fully reusable orbital rocket, you have to advance the state of the art in every part of the rocket. That means the engines have to be better than any engine ever. The structure's got to be better than any structure ever. You've got to have a means of bringing the rocket back to the launch pad. You've got to have a fully reusable orbital heat shield, and that no one has ever made a fully reusable orbital heat shield. The space shuttle, for example, required 9 months of refurbishment between flights. So the space shuttle heat shield would come back essentially partially broken and would require many months of refurbishment in order to fly again. What we're trying to achieve here with Starship is to have a heat shield that can be flown immediately. So the ship, both the ship and the booster, would be caught by the tower arms, and the booster would be placed immediately back on the launch stand, and the ship's got to orbit Earth at least once. But then could be back potentially in one orbit, but in most cases several orbits. So the ship would come back several hours later, but then be caught by the arms and placed on top of the booster. You can also have multiple ships ready so that a single booster could service 5 or more ships, so that you could be flying the booster in theory, every hour. This is kind of a profoundly fast speed, obviously, for the largest flying object by far ever made. But it's the reason why we catch the tower, we catch the booster with the tower arms, and the ship also will be caught with the tower arms, because that's the fastest way to get the booster and the ship back to flight. If we had instead put landing legs, which we have done before for the ship tests, we actually had landing legs that flip down, and the ship we've successfully demonstrated landing with legs. But if you do that, if we were to do that with the booster and ship here, we'd have to land somewhere else with the legs, then lift the rocket, stow the legs, transport the rocket back to the pad, which is very unwieldy when you've got a gigantic thing. Then it would be picked up by these tower arms and placed in the launch mount. That would delay the reusability dramatically and would add a lot of mass with the landing legs. So that's why we catch the rocket with the tower arms, because it's the same tower arms that put the rocket in the launch mount are used to catch the rocket. And that means that we can put the booster back in the launch mount in less than an hour after liftoff. In fact, the booster is going to come back very fast. Like, 5 or 6 minutes later, this booster is coming back one way or another, or not coming back. So then you really have propellant fill time, which can be brought down to about 30, 40 minutes. And that means it is theoretically possible to fly the booster again in less than an hour.
I think when I think about it, it's the jet drives up to the jetway, the people get off, new people get on, and it leaves. You don't want to land the jet on a different airfield and then tow it over to the jetway. So it's just operationally simpler and faster.
Yeah, we've had a lot of success with the booster, 3 for 3 on the catch attempts. When we bring it back, we've reflown one, so awesome. And then again, Starship superpowers, the whole thing is reusable. So ship reusability is like what we're working on right now. We've been able to get some really spectacular reentries on a couple of flights, hoping to get this one for reentry on the V2 ship. But yeah, that fully reusable heat shield, that thing that has just never been done before, that's one of the things we're really looking for that data on.
Yeah, I mean, there are thousands of engineering challenges that remain for both the ship and the booster, but maybe the single biggest one is the reusable orbital heat shield. We are confident in making a fully reusable orbital heat shield, but it will require many flights, many iterations to figure out where the weak points are in the heat shield, where we need to change the design, either strengthening the tile or changing how big the gap is between tiles, changing what's underneath the tile. There's 100 different variables that we could tweak with the ship tiles, the heat shield tiles. But the only way to know exactly what we should be adjusting is to fly repeatedly and be able to examine the ship upon landing. And we have successfully brought the ship back through the atmosphere and achieved a soft landing multiple times. So we know that this is possible, but we have in the process shed many heat shield tiles. So we need to be able to do this without shedding heat shield tiles and do so repeatedly.
And I think what you're seeing now is the Starship, this is CG of it coming in and landing on the tower, much like the booster, but there's some additional challenges there where we need to make sure we don't scrape the tiles off as we slide along the chopstick
we can't shuck the heat shield.
Don't crush the ship.
Rapid reusability.
If we shuck the tiles, then that's obviously going to fail the reusability test.
So ships can use the tower to land and catch, like the booster here on Earth where towers are available. And for our initial landings on Mars and other planets, we'll need landing legs that deploy much like what you're seeing here with Ship 15 when we did our suborbital test to prove out the precision descent landing which was a successful test. We actually landed two. One was we were able to actually recover it, and you can see it here in the Rocket Garden if you visit Starbase.
Yeah, so the Rocket Garden that Bill mentioned, we have actually a whole bunch of boosters and ships, and we'll be adding to them over time. So you can see an evolution of Starship just by.
And I was muted. Okay, I just want to punch this in real quick so that you're up to date. The ship is at 50% fueling at this point, and the weather looks better and better. I've just looked it up. We should be favorable with weather come T-0. Just wanted to keep you in the loop there.
Something that's, again, never been done before, kind of like that reusable orbital heat shield, but it's going to be something that's kind of some of the other secret sauce to Starship, where we're going to be able to send hundreds of tons per ship to Mars.
Yeah, I like to think of it as if we get to orbit with a full cargo bay, but we're empty on fuel and oxygen. So basically, we're running on fumes. Then we send other ships to dock, transfer propellant, and now we made our two-stage rocket look like a many, many multi-stage rocket. And we get all of that performance, and we can take that full cargo bay now wherever we want to go.
Yeah, so a crucial technology that we hope to demonstrate next year is this orbital refilling. Much like aerial refueling, it's essential for being able to send significant payload to Mars. So you essentially send a ship to orbit with a few hundred tons of payload, sort of a filled payload bay. But once it gets to orbit, the tanks will be mostly empty, and then you send up additional tanker ships to refill the Mars ship's tanks, so that it can thrust from Earth orbit to Mars and have enough propellant left for landing. So this is orbital refilling is also not something that's ever been demonstrated before. So that would be a brand new technology. We obviously have at SpaceX figured out how to dock repeatedly with the space station. So in a lot of ways, this is like docking, and in some ways it's easier in that SpaceX is docking with its own craft, but no one has ever demonstrated propellant transfer in orbit, to the best of our knowledge, and so this would be propellant transfer at a very large scale, and but with full reusability and propellant transfer, those are the key technologies needed for building a city on Mars, and I'm confident that the SpaceX team, which is incredibly talented, will achieve these goals, and we will be landing ships on Mars in the future and building life on Mars, building greenhouses and life on Mars, and ensuring the long-term survival of life as we know it. And it's important to note here that obviously, we are effectively stewards of life here on Earth. That the other creatures cannot build spacecraft and get to other planets. So if there were to be a cataclysmic event, like a giant meteor that destroyed the dinosaurs, or ultimately the sun will expand to envelop Earth and destroy all life, we know this is an undisputed fact. Then if we don't take life to another planet, all life will be destroyed. So it's incumbent upon us to ensure that we do bring life to other planets and ensure the long-term survival of life as we know it on planet Earth.
And I mean, aside from that, there's so much that Starship unlocks by being able to do these things. Like, we'll be able to go to Mars, but there are other just transformational things by being able to take that many people, that much stuff to space for that much less money.
Yeah, I mean, I think like understanding our planet better, being able to move people around the planet, make it feel smaller and more accessible. You could go anywhere on the Earth, in less than 40 minutes, basically, in terms of flight time. So I really do see Starship as being this thing that can connect us, just like Starlink connects our information. This can connect us more physically.
Yeah. So there's really nothing faster than a rocket. Really, an orbital rocket is the fastest thing.
All right, short interruption here again. The weather forecast, I'm monitoring this as well, because I'm always interested in what you guys are typing. This is a recording from yesterday, so if you want to see the entire thing again, you can just look into yesterday's live stream. Right now we're at 70% fueling, probably. We're getting there. It's filling up quickly. We're 10 minutes under 20 minutes away from the launch. 19 and 4 seconds, 3 seconds. You see the timer clock down there. And the weather update that I just gave you was from the radar, so it was from me. This wasn't a official weather update from SpaceX. They're using their own radar stations on the ground to probably monitor the weather. But you can do this really, really good in this app, and it does look favorable for T-0. So we should be able to see a launch today. I'm almost ready to say quote me on it. So we are in, I think we are in luck today. If nothing happens, if there's no GSE problem, if everything works out the way it does, and they're back, you can bring up the volume again now. But
anybody else cooler on the planet to talk Starship with, still very ready to sign up for that point-to-point travel too. Also, though, it's really hard to relay just how much power is being generated by these engines on this rocket. We try to compare it to something like a little bit closer to home for people. We've used an airplane a lot of times. That's just something a little more tangible to folks.
Yeah, if you were to stack Starship up against one of the biggest airplanes out there today, the 747, just one Raptor engine is double the thrust of all 4 airplane engines. Super crazy to think about. And the Super Heavy on the pad right now, which has 33 Raptor engines, is putting out as much power as about 64 747s.
Yeah, it's, again, just a tremendous amount of power. World's largest flying object. It's crazy. And again, that was really cool to just go through that. I love to geek out as much as everybody else over all the nitty gritty, but always important to remember there's a lot of people that just don't know that all of this is happening. So it's cool to remind them, cool for everybody else out there to help us spread that word. All right. So right now we are 17 minutes, 12 seconds and counting until the 10th Starship flight test. While we do have a moment, though, let's check in over with Tyler Lionquist over in Hawthorne for the latest on Starlink. How's it going, Tyler?
Thanks, Dan and Amanda. I'm Tyler Lionquist, and I'm a Starlink business analyst here at SpaceX. Starlink is SpaceX's low Earth orbit, high-speed internet that's bringing connectivity both on Earth and in space. Now, for today's mission, Starship is outfitted with 4 Starlink terminals, allowing us to get live views of ship while in orbit and all the way down to splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Our Starlink satellites are built in Redmond, Washington, which is also where we monitor the health of the entire constellation. So let's take a quick look for more on Redmond.
What a lot of people might not realize when they think about the scale that we're operating is that actually 2/3 of the operational satellites in orbit are Starlink satellites. And then all of those Starlink satellites came from right here in Redmond.
Yeah, we've seen this before as well. Yesterday they ran this. It's got some beautiful views of how they produce Starlink satellites. So if you want to, it's in yesterday's stream, and SpaceX, I think, released a separate video about this as well. This is the laser interlink system between the Starlink satellites. It's fascinating. What's important about this, I'm actually working on an episode about mega constellations right now, is the scale of these systems. SpaceX right now has over 7,000 active satellites in orbit, which is easily 2/3 of all the active satellites in the world. And it's all been brought up with Falcon 9, as you heard them earlier. This year alone, they've already done 100 launches with Falcon 9, which is a launch cadence that is so much higher than anybody else out there. It's honestly insane. It's absolutely incredible. And the scope until 2030 worldwide for mega constellations is up to 100,000 satellites in orbit. And this continues. So mega constellations are actually a field to watch, because if anybody knows anything about orbital debris and these kinds of things, Kessler syndrome, if you know about this, you know what I'm talking about. It's a very dangerous cascade effect. There isn't much law in place yet, which is the biggest problem. SpaceX is the first to implement this large scale, but as you know, and as I know, when you see somebody is making money with this, others will try to do it too. And so we'll need some structure in this rather soon. So if there's any politicians watching this right now, get together with your buddies. We need some regulations that are internationally accepted for mega constellations, because it's filling up there. It's not just SpaceX. As soon as others start deploying, Amazon has just started small scale still, but it's going to ramp up quickly, and so on and so forth. It's going to get really crowded up there. Okay, back to SpaceX.
Ship to deploy Starlink simulator satellites that represent the advanced V3 satellites Starship will be launching in the future. And as you can see here, once Starship reaches a nominal orbit, the payload door will slowly begin to open to prepare for deployment.
That's the view I want to
Starlink
see.
satellites will be dispatched relatively quickly, one at a time, like a Pez dispenser, as you can see on your screen. They'll be situated in one long stack, taking up as little space as possible, allowing for an efficient deployment sequence. Once a set of Starlinks are deployed, the next set advances and deploys until they are all drifting away from Starship to prepare for their on-orbit life. Each Starlink V3 launch on Starship is planned to add 60 terabits per second of capacity to the Starlink network. That's more than 20 times the capacity added with every V2 mini launch on Falcon 9. So we're talking about a massive increase in performance all around, which will ultimately enable Starlink to serve as the communications backbone of the missions to the Moon and to Mars. So for now, we're going to turn it back over to the team at Starbase.
Thank you so
Weather
much,
looks
Tyler.
better and better.
Okay, let's turn our attention to today's flight profile, which will feel familiar because it is. We're looking to get our first re-entry with this iteration of ship, and we're again intentionally stressing Super Heavy during its return. The next generation booster is on the horizon, so the objective is to push and learn all we can from this current version.
All right, let's jump right in. As always, it's going to start with liftoff. Super Heavy ignites 33 engines lifting off from Starbase and ascending. It's going to power that ascent for about 2.5 minutes until we get to hot stage separation. Super Heavy shuts down all but 3 engines, deeply throttles the remaining ones, stage 2 lights its, and flies away. We have stage separation, a directional flip. It's going to descend. We're going to do some landing burn experiments and then do a splashdown in the Gulf.
Meanwhile, ship continues on with its ascent burn, again reaching a planned suborbital trajectory. We'll attempt to deploy 8 Starlink simulator satellites and then head back for re-entry, where we'll be testing multiple experiments, including missing tiles, metallic tiles, and intentionally loading the vehicle's flaps. Ship will also attempt a flip maneuver, and if all goes as planned today, we'll conclude the test with a soft water splashdown in the Indian Ocean. So that's what we have on deck for Flight 10, which is just about 11 minutes, 40 seconds from launching.
That's right. And so just a quick status check-in. So as you said, we're about 11.5 minutes away. We have some good news. We got our latest range and weather status, and surprise, everything is looking green today. So that's the biggest news that we were looking for. Again, weather is the main watch item for today. But we are green right now. We're not tracking any issues with the vehicle or ground systems, so we are looking pretty good for launch. We did all of our normal pre-flight checkouts with all the different vehicle and pad systems. At this very moment, we're almost done, or we're pretty far into our prop load on ship, and a little bit more to go on the booster.
Yep, looking closely, it looks like we're nearly closed out on ship, like Dan said, about 70% of the way through on both methane and LOX on the booster side. We'll continue loading prop for a while. We'll close out at about T minus 30 minutes, 20 seconds on ship, and then 30 seconds later, we'll finish up loading prop on the booster.
Yeah, so bottom line, a little over 10 minutes to go. Range is green, weather is green, vehicles looking healthy. We're looking good to launch right at the top of our window at 6:30 p.m. Central Time.
Radar.
Can't wait. All right, now let's quickly talk about Mars, since everything we do is part of our foundational mission to get to the Red Planet. Each Starship launch is to learn more and more about what's needed to make life multiplanetary and to improve ship to the point where it's taking millions of people to Mars.
Yeah, we've shared the plan previously in the last couple of months. We're looking to start sending the very first Starships to Mars next year. These missions, not with people. We're just looking minimally viable landers, so let's just prove that we can get there. And so we're just going to focus on learning as much as possible, but looking at all of those different phases. You know, prop load, prop transfer on orbit, sending stuff out to Mars, doing the transit, doing the entry, and just doing a landing.
And in our next window, around 2028 to 2029, we're going to attempt to land the initial infrastructure and start delivering more equipment as well, while evaluating available resources on the Red Planet. And we will also have Optimus on board for the ride, who is designed to do the initial heavy lifting.
Well, looks like we're doing some flap checkouts real quick on the ship as we are coming up on 9 minutes. back to Mars, though, as those wrap up by about 2030, 2031. We'll continue to increase the payload per ship, build out more infrastructure out there on Mars's surface, start to mine some of those resources, set up some propellant generation plants, build up some fuel and some oxidizer to send starships back from Mars. By the time we get all the way to 2033, we're looking to double the amount of payload we're sending with each ship as we get closer and closer to building a self-sustaining presence on the red planet.
Yeah, definitely lots of exciting missions ahead of us, and these are going to be crucial to setting up what we'll need for humans to eventually inhabit the planet, and we won't be doing this alone. The Italian Space Agency and SpaceX recently signed a first-of-its-kind agreement to carry Italian experiments on the first Starship missions to deliver customer payloads to Mars. So these payloads will include a plant growth experiment, a weather monitoring station, and also a radiation sensor to gather scientific data during Starship's approximately 6-month interplanetary coast phase from Earth to Mars and also on the Martian surface.
It's a really exciting mission, makes it work really fun for us. We're going to need to launch a whole lot more, though. So while we're just under 8 minutes away from launch today, let's head back over to Tyler and Hawthorne, talk a little bit about how we're going to be increasing the number of Starship launches going forward. Tyler?
Thank you, Dan and Amanda. So to put it plainly, in order to launch more Starships, we need to build more launch pads. And that's exactly what we're doing at Space Launch Complex 37 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. Now, Pad 37 has a storied history, most recently with the Delta IV rocket and for the missions for the U.S. government. And prior to that, the pad supported critical development for the Apollo lunar program in the 1960s. And we are honored to have the opportunity to continue making spaceflight history at Pad 37 with Starship. But first, we need to optimize the pad. So earlier this year, we started dismantling some of the existing infrastructure to prep the site for Starship operations. This will include up to 76 launches a year, with up to 152 landings at that location for Super Heavy and for Starship. And to support this flight rate, we plan on building 2 launch pads. Each will have 1 tower that can support launch and landing, plus deflector systems, launch mounts, and water deluge systems. This will also include a propellant farm that will produce propellant on site and serve both launch pads. So there is a lot of work in progress, but Pad 37 is only one part of our plan for Starship operations in Florida. A few miles away from Pad 37 at Kennedy Space Center, our 380-foot-tall vertical integration facility called Gigabay is under construction. Once complete next year, Gigabay will be capable of housing multiple Starships simultaneously for rapid assembly and integration. And meanwhile, at Launch Complex 39A, we're building Starship's infrastructure to support up to 44 launches and up to 88 landings a year, independent of operations at Pad 37. So with 2 launch complexes in Florida, we'll have the ability to fly up to 120 Starships annually, not including our flights from Starbase. So action is well underway in Florida. How's it looking in Texas?
Thanks, Tyler. Things are continuing to look good for launch here in Texas, so getting pretty close here with just under 6 minutes left. You mentioned Gigabay. We're currently laying the foundation for Gigabay here at Starbase as well, and we expect it to be up and running sometime next year. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of Starships on the way, and we're going to need more hands on deck. So come help us build the gateway to Mars. Visit spacex.com/careers to see all of our openings.
Yeah, I've been here for a couple of years now. Nowhere more magical, more inspirational on the planet. If you're a space nerd, you can come be like Amanda and build these things for real. It's pretty insane. It's super exciting. And yeah, come check us out. All right.
Absolutely. It's surreal to be here for sure. Okay, so we are looking like we're about 5 minutes away from launch and heading into terminal count. Range and weather are continuing to look good, and prop load continues on both stages of Starship. We'll close out here in just a minute or so.
Yeah, we're just about done. It looks like, let me grab my numbers real quick. We're not tracking any issues. We are just creeping up to 90% full on the LOX on the booster, a little over 93% on ship. Fuel on the booster, and then ship we're just about to close out, so only a couple of minutes to go there. Once we're done, you've got just shy of 11 million pounds of liquid propellant on board those 2 different stages. We'll see a couple of final things happen. Well, you can't really see it. It's all going to be happening in our ground systems as we'll do pushbacks clear all of the propellant out of those lines that are flowing up through the tower and into the vehicles and get ready for launch. We just did our final guidance, navigation, and control system checkouts. Our flight safety system is being armed right
4
now,
minutes.
and we're doing our final wiggle checks shortly with the engines on the thrust vector control tower steering the rocket. If we need to hold, which we are not currently tracking a reason to hold, that would come at T-minus 40 seconds. You saw us do that yesterday. We can hang out there for about 8 minutes or so right now. That's the point. It's built into the countdown. If we need to wait for clouds that just won't go the heck away or any other issues, we can hang out at T-minus 40 for a bit. But at the moment, we're not planning to do
cloud.
Now, once we pass that T-minus 40-second mark, a number of events are going to occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems come up to flight pressure. Ship will switch over to internal power, and after that, the QD arm lockout is removed in preparation for retraction, which occurs shortly after T0. And once we pass that T-minus 40 seconds, we do still have the ability to then recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds and hold there to assess what happened, and if we can proceed again back down to liftoff.
That's right. We do have at least one point of no return, though, if the water-cooled flame deflector underneath the launch mount fires off. That happens a little bit after T-minus 10 seconds. That doesn't turn off once it starts going, so we would have to stand down for the day if we do hit a hold or an abort at that point, so we can refill water tanks. At this point, we're not sure if we'd be able to attempt tomorrow because we have fully loaded the vehicle. We have to do a lot of fancy scheduling to get propellant in here as fast as possible, but again, we've got a pretty heroic and amazing team that works all of those logistics, got us into our attempt today after we did a unplanned wet dress yesterday during our attempt. So really exciting to see. But we're coming up on 2 minutes. We've got a green range.
2 minutes.
We are
Come
green
on.
for weather.
Let's
green
do
has
this.
always been my favorite color, only more
We've
so
been
now.
so patient.
And we are not tracking any issues with the vehicle today. So we are looking good. 2 minutes to go.
Yes.
Yeah, again, not planning on holding at T-minus 40 seconds right now, but in case we do pass that and any issues come up, we can recycle the count.
Come on.
We're pretty lucky that we have this ability. Falcon doesn't have that built in, but being a developmental program, this affords us a lot more flexibility, so super useful to be able to have that. But again, not currently tracking any issues, so hopefully we'll be good to launch today.
All right, coming up on 90 seconds, we've got a pretty good crowd gathering with us right outside Star Factory here at Starbase.
Beautiful.
Looks like we're getting a quick TVC, that wiggle check.
This is my favorite view of the rocket.
Right under the launch mount.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we've got crowds gathered out at Hawthorne, crowds gathered here at Starbase.
Hawthorne.
Super fun to see people getting to watch out on the front lawn now.
Let's get that hype train going. 1 minute. 1 minute to go.
1 minute to go to launch.
Today's the day. Come on. Today's the day. Come on, Ship 37.
All right,
you
so
can do
again,
this.
our hold
Oh,
point
I'm
comes
so
up at T-minus
forward to
40, not tracking any reason to stop there, so we should
Come on, just
see us go right through that.
Fast. Yes.
All right, we are
Here we go.
through T-minus 40. We are counting down. We're going to let our flight director, Maciek Ventura, take us the rest of the way. 30 seconds, the 10th liftoff of Starship.
23, 22, 19, 18, 17,
T-minus 15.
50. Wow. Come on. Let's
T-minus
do it.
9,
10,
8,
9,
7,
8,
6,
7,
5,
6,
4,
5,
3,
4,
2,
3,
1.
2, 1. Let's do it. We got ignition. And we have vehicle movement. We are going, everybody. Flight 10. Okay,
Vehicle pitching downrange.
Cross your fingers. It is going. So far, so good. All engines ignited. 20 seconds into flight. Another 25 seconds in the next crew already. Good. Nice. We are going. Flight number 10. Look at those mock diamonds. Yes. Oh, this is still beautiful. Every time it happens. 40 seconds in flight.
A little over
Nothing.
40 seconds
Everything's
into
fine.
flight. 33 out of
Booster
33
ship,
Raptor
avionics,
engines.
power and telemetry nominal.
Come
Getting
on.
good call outs. Healthy
4.5.
systems on the booster as it
kilometers.
starts to pitch over the Gulf.
Yes. This is about the point where sound kicks in when you're watching from
All right, we're a little
from the
over
ground.
1 minute into flight, about to pass through max Q.
Max Q.
Whoa, look at this. It's just amazing.
All right, so we are through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, max stress on the vehicle as it continues to fly.
Our next major event is going
And
to
it
be
does not
hot
get old.
staging, which is happening in just over 90 seconds from now. To get ready, the booster will shut down all but 3 of its Raptor engines. The clamps holding the 2 stages together will release, and the Starship second stage ignites its engines.
20 kilometers.
The ship then separates from the Super Heavy booster and heads to space. At the same time, the 3 engines still firing on Super Heavy will flip the booster around. 10 more engines will ignite for the boost back burn,
One
putting
engine
the
is
first
off on the
stage
booster.
on the path
Shouldn't
for
be a problem.
splashdown in the Gulf. As we mentioned earlier, the hot stage will be jettisoned for this flight, and that should occur just
T-time.
after the boost back burn. So we're about to shut down the first stage and perform hot staging. So let's just watch and listen.
One engine down should not be a problem. You can see in the lower left corner, you see the little gauge there with the engines, and one engine isn't lit. That is not a problem. A Super Heavy can easily get a Starship up to space with 32 engines. So just keep watching. Fingers crossed. Passing 50 kilometers. Stage 7, 10.
All right, seeing the engine start to throttle down.
And
Miko.
here we go. Nice.
Ship ignition.
Come on. And thrust, we trust. Come on.
Boost back burn startup.
Push away.
Stage separation.
All right, the ship's going. Ship 37. Do not disappoint. Oh, beautiful
Stage
boost
separation
view. Look
confirmed.
at
We've
this.
got 6
Crystal
engines
clear.
running on ship. Booster is doing its boost back burn, continuing now towards its splashdown site in the Gulf.
Ship
We are
Raptor
seeing
chamber
all 6
pressure is
Raptors
nominal.
lit up on ship.
Chamber pressure nominal. Still one engine out on the booster. So that was a permanent thing.
You heard them report ship chamber pressures nominal, so that chamber pressure, just that expected thrust level in those Raptor engines on the ship.
Keep going.
3 vacuum optimized,
Ship
3 sea
avionics,
level,
power and
all
telemetry
looking
nominal.
good.
Keep going. Ooh, this is the point where it gets really, really annoying if you've seen the last few launches.
There's a view into the business end from the ship.
Boost back burn shutdown.
Nerve-wracking. Booster is still on its way back. Cut off.
All right, so at this point we finished our boost back burn, so that was shut down. So that's the first of the 2 burns after a launch that the booster is going to do today. So now it's headed towards
Come
the
on.
Gulf. It's not going to be quite as an aggressive of a flight
There's not
down.
going
We
to be a
relax
catch.
that angle of attack a little bit, but we are then going to be looking for it to do its engine tests for the landing burn, and those are going to be a little unique this time.
Yeah, typically we start with all 13 inner engines lit for that landing burn and bring that down to just the center 3. But one of our test objectives for today is to simulate what an engine out situation would look like. So we're going to be intentionally turning off one of those center 3 and instead lighting one of the engines from the middle 10 ring.
Yeah, we did see one of those engines in the middle ring shut down
Hot
during the
staging ring.
initial ascent. Oh, looks like we have hot stage jettison. You can see it floating away there to the left of the booster.
Beautiful tracking there.
Yeah, we did
Good
see one of
job
those
to the
middle
ground
engines
team.
shut down during the ascent. Again, we are resilient to engine out on Super
Starship
Heavy.
Flight
That's why we're
nominal
able to get
trajectory.
through our ascent.
Now you're going to see it get hot. All right.
Starship flying
the ship
on the
is still
expected
performing.
path.
8,000.
There's still a chance
Come
that
on.
engine could be back in the mix for the very start of the landing burn. So we'll see if we light up all 13. But we've even done a landing burn at the tower with an engine out. So very resilient. We'll see how it does on its way down to the Gulf, though.
Gaining massive speed now again, getting very, very hot at the bottom in the engine section, the booster.
Right, so we got a couple of minutes.
It has
that
endured quite a
landing
bit of
burn
heat.
start should be just about 40 seconds away.
If you're moving through thick atmosphere at 4,000 kilometers per hour, you are getting hot.
That's always rad. You can see the
fire between the engines there. That is the heat from re-entry
plume
on the
itself
booster.
in the background as it was coming in.
Beautiful shot.
Right,
Look
about
at
20
that tracking
seconds to
from the
landing
ground
burn.
team. Come on, and the ship is still going. Come on, come on.
Ship Raptor chamber pressure is nominal.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's see how many engines light up. Oh, this is so exciting.
All right, here we go.
Landing burn
All
start.
right. Yep. No, that was a permanent out. Okay. Still, no problem.
Looks like we got 12
Yep,
of
and
those
there's the
13.
test. As I told you, the middle engine ring is
Down to
planned.
3, including one of the middle ring.
Very good. And it looks very nice. Look at this. Hovering between the virtual chopsticks, as I told you in the beginning.
Down to
it
2.
thinks it's landing on a tower.
Nice little hover.
And it's dropping.
And landing burn shut down.
What's happening?
And into the Gulf. Here we come.
What is happening right now?
And the booster has splashed down.
Connection.
Incredible flight for booster today.
Meanwhile, back in space, about 7 minutes into today's flight, ship continuing its ascent burn. This goes until just about 9 minutes into our flight. That ship engine cutoff is slated for 8 minutes and 57 seconds. We are going to see those 3 RVAC, the Raptor vacuum engines. Those are the bigger circles in that little indicator on the bottom right of your screen. Those will shut down first. And we continue burning for a couple seconds longer on those inner 3 before we hit SECO, or second engine cutoff.
You got to imagine, just for a second, just before the booster shut
These
down.
views are looking great. Once again, thanks to Starlink for getting us these
really
views.
Good. Yes.
It's just incredible.
Everything cut out on my PC just before the booster touchdown. So I
just
have
heard
to
the
watch
sound
the
from
repeat there.
booster.
It's like we just got a late boom from the booster.
Oh, come on. Please, ship, do your thing. It looks beautiful for sure. Look at this. Golden hour in
Yeah,
space.
we have ship engine cutoff coming up here just shortly. And as we've mentioned, today's flight test is not an orbital flight, but rather one that demonstrates Starship's orbital capability.
Starship on terminal guidance.
Mm-hmm.
All right, entering the
So
final
far,
phase
it
of
looks
this
good.
burn. Under 30 seconds
Everybody.
to go.
So far, it looks good. If you haven't done so yet, please do like the stream. We have 60,000 people watching. Press that little like button. For Ship 37, that guarantees a good flight if you press the like button. So far, we're looking good.
All right, shut down the
849,
vacuum
850.
engines.
There you go. This is so delicate after watching all these failures.
Ship engine cutoff.
We shut down those center 3. Successful ship engine cutoff.
Now do not start dancing. No waltz.
SECO, baby. There we go. That's what we want.
Nominal orbit insertion.
Yep.
All right, we just heard the
Looking
call out for
good.
nominal orbital insertion.
Is this good? Does this look good? I think it looks good.
All right, so ship is in space. There we go. We're seeing the flaps starting to move into a stowed position. That's why it looks like your camera's moving.
Yeah, exciting to see Starship safely in space and super pumped to see all the team's hard work in action here today. And of course, as guaranteed, it's been an exciting day so far. We successfully lifted off right on time at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Thankfully, our weather was looking good today. Yeah, and booster, we had our soft splashdown in the Gulf, so ship
All
continues
right, 8
on.
minutes to go
Yeah,
until
ship
payload
able
deploy.
to complete
8
its
minutes to go.
ascent burn all the way in. You can see some of the shadows start to creep as it's going to be eventually flying into an orbital nighttime. So we'll see some daylight
hour in
start to
space.
go away. But ship is in orbit, completed its burn,
Which is
and
a golden
I mean
minute.
that's just the beginning. Now we've got a whole bunch more to go. So we've got some exciting demonstrations planned while we're on orbit.
Okay, FTS is turned off.
So that right there, we just saved the FTS, the flight termination system. That's that automatic flight safety system we have on the vehicle. So that is now turned off while ship starts its coast period. We are coming up. Our next milestone is going to be the deployment of those Starlink simulators. We've got some payload inside of Starship that we're hoping to deploy into space for the very first time. That deploy is supposed to start at about 18 minutes and 27 seconds into the flight, so just about 7 minutes from now. That deploy will take place over a couple of minutes. It'll go about 1 satellite a minute, so we'll be spread out over that. It might get a little dark, but we've got a couple of views that we can show you to see that deploy in action. After that, we're also looking to do a relight of a single Raptor engine while we are in space. We've done this once before. This is not necessary to deorbit, as we are in a suborbital trajectory, but this is essentially a chance to test out what we need to be able to do a deorbit burn. So we'll be doing that a little bit later in the flight, about 37 minutes or so into the flight, and then we get into reentry. We're looking to get that light show and, more importantly, get that really critical data about the ship's heat shield.
Yeah, exactly. At about T plus 45 minutes, we'll be heading for reentry. Again, running those experiments with the tiles. We're going to be doing missing tiles, metallic tiles, and also intentionally loading those vehicles' flaps. Hopefully, we'll also see a splashdown in the Indian Ocean today.
Yeah, we were able to get to a reentry last time, but we didn't have full attitude control, so we weren't able to go in, heat shield first the way we're designed to. So we ended up losing contact with the ship before we could make it all the way through. So you still get data, but you're not really getting the data that we want to make sure we're kind of stress testing the vehicle. As Amanda just said, we removed a bunch of tiles, and we do this in some intentionally scary places on the vehicle because we're really looking, are there spots that were vulnerable to this? Before we ever start moving towards, putting ship into a full orbital mission to then do reentries a little bit later on. So really, really critical to get that data, really looking forward to a controlled reentry.
Yeah, for sure. As we always say, our main payload is data, but today we also have some actual payload on board, and those simulators that Starship will be deploying, we'll see coming up here in just a few minutes. These are dummy satellites that are about the same size as our V3 Starlinks. We have 8 in the Starship PEZ dispenser and expect to deploy at a rate of about 1 per minute, as Dan mentioned earlier. Starlink is critical in all of our flights on Starship to get our main payload data, as we always say. And in fact, it's Starlink that's currently providing these views you see as Starship cruises a couple hundred kilometers above our home planet and provides real-time telemetry through every phase of flight.
Yeah, we took a peek inside of the Starship payload bay there for a second. So there's 8 of them. They kind of look just big steel plates, essentially. They're roughly the same size as those V3 satellites. When we do get that view inside of the payload bay, the payload door will kind of be on your right, and we'll start to see them go out like a PEZ dispenser. Yeah, here's a look inside. So those right down there in the center, they're kind of 2 stacks of 4 on either side, and then the payload door is just to their right. And so we'll look to see that open, and then those satellites start to go. We vent the nose cone, so we essentially bring it down to vacuum before we open the door. That was one of the things we ran into on the last flight, as when we had that fuel diffuser fail, the pressure in the nose cone became basically too high for the actuator of the door to open. So that's why we weren't able to get the door open that time. We have not seen anything like that on this flight. Everything's looking good with our fuel tank and our fuel press system. So we are hopefully just a couple of minutes away from seeing that payload door open and getting to our first ever payload. It's not the first payload we've ever carried, but it's the first one we're going to try and shoot off into space.
I'm just hoping that there's not going to be any gas in there that isn't supposed to be in there.
All right,
But it looks
so
good so
I
far.
think we're supposed to open the payload door in just about a minute and change. And you're seeing a little bit of residual gas. And we opened the door once. I want to say it was back on Flight 3 when we were able to make it up into space. And you'll kind of see a lot of that gas rushing out into the vacuum of space. It's the residual that's left over after we've already vented it down. So kind of a cool light show. And then we'll get ready to deploy those payloads out.
Look at this show. We're 2 minutes away from payload deploy sequence start. So this is the furthest a Starship has gone in a long time. Everything looks nominal. All what I could see on the outside was absolutely nominal. It was fuel.
And as we mentioned, so we have crossed over now at this point into an orbital nighttime. So views from the outside will get pretty dark, but we'll see what we can see. We do this by design. We've been launching these later in the day here in Texas to try and get daytime views when we splash down. So it's daytime over in the Indian Ocean, where we are currently headed.
Just a few seconds until we expect those payload doors to open.
Come on. This is
All
a
right,
very,
one
very
more
important
time.
step for SpaceX.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
Come on, you can do it. Ship 37. Yes, it's moving. It's opening. It's opening, everybody. Let's just not get stuck. Gas is rushing out as planned. The door is opening towards us, so it's sliding upwards. This is a view top down. And then we should see the first ever payload deploy test of a Starship in space. Is this not magical, everybody? Look at this.
So we are currently in payload deploy prep.
Yes, please. Come on. Let's get them out there. Come on.
And the door is open.
Hell was kind to us. Come on. Do it, SpaceX. Do it.
All right, so the
It's so
payload
funny
door
how
is open.
everybody's like,
We should
everybody's
see the
staring
first
at these metal
satellites
plates.
start to deploy at about T
Can they
plus
move?
18 minutes and 27 seconds. So should be only about 30 seconds. So one step closer. Hal, listen this
you
time.
do
He
it? Come-
cooperated.
Oh,
He
here we
opened
go,
the
here we
payload
go.
door for us. There's a view kind of behind the Pez. You're looking out into the vacuum of space.
Next to the COPV on top of the
About 15
dome there.
seconds
D-
until payload
come
deploy.
on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. You can hear the people in the background. Those are engineers from SpaceX, and they're all like, "Oh, they have exactly the same view, stare
Ship
view
is
at those
transitioned to
as
payload
we do right
deploy.
now." You can see the 4 satellites there from the first stack. And there's 2 stacks, and they did the two stacks so that they can test it from both sides. 4 tries from both sides. Come on, Starlink. All right, now something should move. Now something should move. Can you do it? Oh. Here we go. Isn't this absolutely beautiful?
There we go.
Yes! They are doing it! Come on! Now you gotta separate, though. You gotta separate. You can't get stuck. Is the first one out already? Okay, okay, we're in business, everybody.
Pew pew.
We are in business.
Been waiting way too long to do that. There we go.
Come on. Such a cool
There goes
mechanism.
another one.
There goes. Nice. Isn't this fucking... Oops, I'm sorry. Isn't this incredibly beautiful? Oh boy, this is so good. This is
Super
such a
exciting
huge
moment as
relief
you can
after
hear
these
the energy
launches
in both
we went
Potvin
through.
and Starbase. Everyone's super excited for finally getting to deploy some of those simulated satellites.
Yes.
Pez system moving down. Next row. There we go. As we said, we're going to do about
All right,
one every
row.
minute or so. And this is just kind of a dress rehearsal for when we're going to be deploying the V3 satellites. And these are just a massive, massive increase to Starlink's capability. Each one of them has it's 60 terabits per second of capacity that's going to get added to the network per launch.
Yeah.
That's 20 times more than what we're adding with every single Falcon 9 launch today, which, you know, step increasing.
And here goes another one.
There goes another
It's
one.
working. It is working. It is working. It's beautiful. Oh, this is so good. This is just really, really good. I'm wondering if they're going to make this quicker on regular payload flights, because if they deploy 54 satellites and one takes a minute.
All right, so as we
They're
said,
gonna
we've
have a
got 8
54
total
minute
that we're going to
payload
go
deploy.
through today. It's about a minute for each one, but looking good on payload deploy.
Beautiful. And it's pushing out the next one. This is just incredible to watch. It is just incredible to watch. Look at this. Look at SpaceX. Everybody, the entire world is looking at SpaceX right now. Because that's the pictures you're going to see in the news tomorrow. Because this is science fiction. This is completely crazy, and SpaceX just does it and does it and does it. All these novel things. Here we go. Next row. Get ready. It works. It works. It works. It works. I am so happy right now. Yeah, it is beautiful. It's just beautiful. I never thought I could
so we're
be so
about
happy about
halfway through
metal
when we
plates
actually
being
start
ejected.
launching the V3 Starlinks on Starship. We're going to be flying about 60 each time, so it'll be about an hour to get through a full stack. But again,
See?
it's
There you go.
just going to be a massive increase in the amount of bandwidth. It's going to enable, gigabit upload download for people with
An hour
Starlink
per stack
anywhere on
of
the planet.
deployment.
And for us,
So you're
Starlink
gonna-
is just a tremendous part of just the Starship flight test program.
Yeah, absolutely. Always getting
gonna
us
be
that
incredible
data.
on launches.
And yeah, the amazing views we have on the vehicle today.
It's going to give us some sort of
views brought to
ASMR
you by
satellite
Starlink
deployment every
of us
time they do a
deploying
flight.
Starlink
It's a
simulators
60-minute
before we
payload
deploy actual
deployment.
Starlinks.
That's going to be amazing. You'll be able to see for 60
How deep
minutes
does it
how,
go? All right,
how
another
it
one
just
firing
deploys satellites. It's going to be... It is surreal. Fantastic job, Team SpaceX. No one does this. No one does this. Not even close to it. It is incredible. Here comes the last row, everybody.
Pez looking smooth today.
It's just beautiful to watch. I would have never thought it was so emotional to see these satellites being ejected. I'm in heaven right now. This is absolutely amazing. Very, very cool. Such specialized and innovative technology. Seeing it at work there for the first time is just, for somebody who follows this so closely, I mean, you probably do as well. It's just good to see. Especially after the last few launches, it is just good to see this right now. This is emotional healing for all of us, everybody. Soak it in. Soak it in. It's just,
All right,
it's
looks
got
like
something
we've got
ASMR
one left.
about it.
Almost there.
It's beautiful. It's incredible.
Yeah, there you go. One remaining, so 7 of the 8 have been deployed. One more to go.
Yes!
And then we
Everybody,
will have
we
completed
did
our
it.
first ever payload deploy operation.
Very nice.
Just a
Very nice.
reminder,
Very
we're on a
nice.
suborbital trajectory. These
And there it
satellites
goes.
on that exact same suborbital trajectory, they're going to burn up entirely and are on that same trajectory towards the end.
Fantastic job.
So
Fantastic
the
job.
last one has been
Absolutely amazing.
deployed. Starlink
Here's your
simulator
next
payload complete. Heck yeah, everybody.
Loving the energy
Fantastic.
from Starbase and Hawthorne.
There, yeah. Now it's empty, looking a little lonely, but
Successfully deployed all the
Beautiful job.
simulator satellites.
really, really cool to see them all out there. Again, people that have followed
Very
know
good. Very
Starlink's
good.
really critical for the Starship program, in addition to, getting all those views back from the cameras on Starship, which this is an external view. As I said, it's dark outside right now. The lights are off. So it's going to be hard to make stuff out. But in a little while, the sun's going to start coming up as we get to reentry, which is going to be really critical. We use Starlink for Starship data. Cameras also use it on the cameras that we use to bring you views of these launches, and also hopefully
door closing
of the reentry and splashdown. We'll see what we get from the Indian Ocean today, and that's just kind of how it all comes together. Like, we're using Starlink on the planet, off the planet. With Starship, we actually get pretty insane. If you're in the space industry, bandwidth to space is usually pretty minimal. We get about 120 megabits per second. That's split between our high-definition video and real-time telemetry. We get that every phase of flight, including reentry. So it's not just giving us views of reentry, but we're getting all of that engineering data in real time through phases that it used to be impossible to get that in real time. So just really incredible.
Yeah, Starlink definitely affords us all this capability. And reminder, it's the world's largest satellite constellation operating in low Earth orbit to deliver high-speed, low-latency broadband internet. This provides internet access to people all around the world, many of whom had never had connectivity before. Today, Starlink serves more than 150 countries, territories, and other markets, with over 6 million active customers and counting. To meet the growing global demand for high-speed internet, SpaceX expanded its factory in Bastrop, Texas, and also introduced Starlink Mini, as well as an upgraded version of the Starlink Standard kit.
All right, now with payload deploy complete, Starship is now going to close its payload bay door and continue to coast towards Earth, around Earth, towards the Indian Ocean.
Another 8 minutes until
I'm
re-entry.
really excited today. We are in space, people. Still a lot of major events
Yes,
to come,
are.
though. We are looking to relight one of those Raptor engines at about 37 minutes, 33 seconds into the flight, followed by atmospheric entry, hell of a light show, and splashdown. So we're going to go on a quick break, take a quick coast, sit back, enjoy the views. A little bit dark now, but they'll get better soon. A couple of space jams. We'll be back in just a few minutes for that Raptor relight and then re-entry. See you soon.
All right. Let's get the sound down and Chris back in. We have a few things to talk about, I guess. I am so happy. I'm very, very sorry for dropping the F-bomb earlier, but I was so out of it. I'm sorry. It's not me normally, but this is... What did you say? I'm sorry, Jonathan, from the off. No, that's okay. We have so much to talk about here. We're going to do a replay of the launch after all this is finished. So first of all, there's my question how are you enjoying the show so far? Is this 10 out of 10? I am so happy that this thing did just do the deploy sequence. We're at 49,000 people still watching right now. We've already dropped by 3,000. If you do not drop yet. We've seen the payload deploy and it is getting later in Europe, but this is worth it because now we're going to see the re-entry footage and it's absolutely incredible every time. So you do not want to miss this. Do not go away. You're making a mistake if you do. That said, if you're staying here, please click the like button and subscribe to the channel. It is immensely important to us. All of the things that you see, the Starbase cameras, our episodes, all of this is funded partly by you guys. And click the like button, subscribe to the channel. If you want to become a patron, a channel member, it helps us greatly. Thank you so much. I'm going to cut it short here because we've just witnessed the first Pez dispenser payload. Chris, say something.
It really it looked just like like it was supposed to be. It looked like
Satellite
routine.
ASMR.
It was absolutely smooth and so simple and mechanic. It was amazing. I mean, you literally now had like hundreds of thousands of people watching, like, I don't know,
everybody's staring at the metal plates.
grills being ejected into space. It was so so simple in a way, but such an amazing thing to behold. And what a relief after these last two attempts where we just had the massive fireballs, and now we just have a nominal flight, and we just have the next milestone just ticked
It's
off the bingo
incredible.
card. Yeah,
It's incredible.
absolutely
As you
insane.
know why everybody is staring at these barbecue grill. That's the pad, by the way. That's our camera right now on the ground showing the pad. Do you know why everybody stared at these barbecue grills? It's because it was a barbecue grill first. No barbecue grill has ever been dispensed to a pest dispenser in space. And that's exactly what this comes down to. Almost on every flight that works, I got to say that at this point because a few didn't recently, but every flight that works gives you firsts. Firsts in human history, firsts in spaceflight history, and every one of those little steps gets us closer to those moon and Mars landings, and that is what I'm looking forward to the most. Imagine in a few years sitting here with us again and watching them touch down on the moon or on Mars or whatever all these crazy plans that they still have. And this was very, very important because it gets Starship into the revenue. It gets Starship to its first real use payload, the V3 Starlink satellites, and you heard it, 60 gigabit of capacity added on each flight, which is 20 times of what they're doing on a Falcon 9. So if you're launching 5 or 7, if you're launching 7 Starships with stacks of V3 Starlink satellites per year, you will have exactly the same capacity added as with 150 or so Falcon 9 launches. It's absolutely incredible. The expansion of capabilities for SpaceX here is immense. It's unprecedented, and it was beautiful to watch.
Absolutely.
That is for absolutely sure.
And there was the one big step now towards seeing that thing on regular flights because it just did its purpose.
And Block 2 did it. Block 2
Yes.
did its purpose, meaning that Block 3 is going to be even more capable and even better and even crazier and even more superlative. It's crazy. It's really crazy what SpaceX is doing there. I'm sometimes missing the words if I'm not doing it by script as on the episodes. It's really hard to find the words for this kind of stuff. If you're doing this for a living, you know every bit and bolt on these ships, and the trajectory they're taking into the future, not around the planet, into the future. Every little one of these steps gets us closer to the big goals. And so today we just saw a major step, and I'm very, very happy about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now I'm really looking forward to having that engine relight. I mean, that's not visually as impressive, but then when we're going back and into the plasma, when we're seeing it glow in different colors, this is going to be a spectacle again. I'm really looking forward to that. And that's another big part because we are again testing the heat shield, the one big unknown, basically. That's the biggest technical challenge because they really don't know what it's going to be in the end. So they have to go through massive iterations. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to that little ship fighting again because we've seen it before. We've seen how incredibly resilient this ship is, even when it's getting holes burned into the flaps. They're just working. Yeah, and yeah,
it's just incredible. I'm baffled
Yes.
right now. I've got one of these baffled moments again that so many Starship flights have brought to me where I'm struggling to find the right words. It's incredible. It's just incredible. I am repeating myself, I know. Okay, so when is the engine light up relight
37
coming
minutes.
up?
So in
37. So we're
Yeah.
3 minutes
It's
away
like-
from it.
For me, it's like the first time, let's say, in probably 2 or 3 launches that I'm actually here sitting and just smiling, being very, very happy. That's crazy.
It's just incredible. I was almost at tears when I saw the Starlinks move. I've been waiting for this for so long, and everybody out there has been as well. And it just feels good. It's emotional repair for all these launches where especially in our position on the team, you can't imagine how many people approached us over the past few months saying, "Haha, fireworks," and we're like, "Yeah, but you're not getting it. This is part of the plan. It's a nominal thing to happen if you're testing something that is completely new. If SpaceX would have wanted to just get a Starship into orbit, they would have done this a year ago. This isn't the goal." And so seeing goals being achieved is the most important part, and that's what we just saw, and I'm so absolutely happy about it. Man. 37:48.
Yeah, and we're starting to see the shape again, so we're getting closer to daylight again pretty soon.
As you can see, almost immediately after the Raptor engine in space Relight demo, just another 10 minutes after that, under 10 minutes after that, you see the first plasma build up on the ship. So what you're seeing right now, you can see that between the engine bells there, these blacker spots there. Give me a second, I've got to get my painting tool up again. Oh, now it's already shifted. You can see venting in the engine bay, but this venting is normal because they have to get rid of excess fuel that they had to put in the ship because it needs to have a specific weight. If you have the ship too light, the Raptor engines are too powerful and they can't run in the envelope that they should be running in, the thrust envelope. You can, even if you could get them lower, you don't really want to do that because then you're testing at real world conditions. You want to test at real world conditions as if there was a payload in there and everything. And so you put extra fuel in there that you wouldn't even need as mass, because you don't want it to be too light. And that's why you've seen this immense amount of venting in space. That is just getting rid of excess fuel, emptying everything. Just the fuel that's needed for the relight is in the ship now. And so that when it re-enters, when it actually goes into its hot plasma phase, there's nothing. Okay, go ahead.
First ever payload. We got 8 of those Starlink simulators out. And now we are expecting the relight of a single Raptor engine. That should be coming up in just a little under a minute. We're going to be lighting just one of those Raptor sea levels in the middle there. This is not a deorbit burn. It's a demonstration of what we'll have to do for deorbit burns, but we've done this once before.
The deorbit burn is longer.
We're really going to have to do when we're doing orbital missions, so it's a pretty critical test. We are just a couple seconds away.
You've already seen the puffs.
Sorry, we're about 20 seconds away, psych. So we got a little bit more time. So we are going to see one of those Raptor engines light back up. We are through the deorbit demo gate, so we should be seeing it momentarily.
Still see a little bit of venting going on there.
Relight demo startup.
Nice.
Come on.
And shutdown.
Here we go. That's it. Yup. Good burn. Very nice.
All right, looks like we confirmed the relight of one of those center Raptor engines. Second time we've done that. Super exciting. Huge congrats to the team on this milestone.
Phenomenal insertion.
Very exciting to see.
Perfect. Cool. Next milestone.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, so this is working. Here. So again, that's going to be really critical for when we're doing deorbit burns, like as you're going through, which if you don't have one of these, my God, they're so much fun. But like you're able to actually like light, Dan, turn
they're really fun.
Light that engine. Not set my co-host on fire. And that's what we'll eventually do to break out of orbit, come back down to Earth. So really cool to see one of those engines light back up again in space. That was our last in-space thing.
Very exciting. We're going to be heading
now
back
comes the re-entry.
for re-entry at about T plus 45 minutes. So we're going to take another quick break, and we will see you soon.
I'm so happy about this. I'm sorry.
It's just so fantastic. So nice to know that we are through the milestones. We are on the right trajectory now. We will see re-entry. So perfect.
This basically is it. If there is no unconventional venting going on or anything that might make the Starship lose its attitude control, if the flaps work as they should, and they always did, that was never really a problem, we're going to see the re-entry now. This was the last critical milestone. The rest is basically on an automatic rail, because as the commentator in the background, the guy from the control center said, from a control room, nominal injection, meaning they are on the trajectory that they need to get to the Indian Ocean now. That's all that was needed, and we're on track. This is it. This is a perfect flight. Now we can just enjoy the plasma buildup. The flaps are already getting into their position.
There's a bunch of these tiles already in. If I saw it right, it looks like the connector points are empty.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, right.
Maybe that was the test. I was wondering why they have tiles on the leeward side, because there's not that much heat there anyway. Maybe this was just a vibration test, an attachment test, something like that.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to do it in a critical position because that spot doesn't get that much heat. It doesn't need heat tiles. There's a reason why the leeward side of the flaps don't have heat tiles. So this might have been an attachment test.
And I mean, I would also guess that the flap gets a bit more vibration than the rest of the ship, right?
Yep.
That's a bit more loose.
Exactly. Yep. And you can see it's the 3-pin connectors, so it's standard tiles. It could just be a connection test, because as I said, they don't get that much heat, so you're not going to much test the tiles themselves. So what are they testing? It might be just that. So more data, more info. It's SpaceX jerry rigging. It's stuff. It's the same as with the. It really is. It's the same as with the static fires on the OLM and all the things that came before. It's these quick, very cheap solutions to test something else, to give it even more usefulness, and so on and so forth. So we're seeing something here right now. I hope this is just venting.
I would guess that's probably venting.
It could be RCS.
I would guess. Looks fairly controlled.
Yeah, it does. And but I'm so at this point.
After
these last launches, I'm staring at everything, being like, like a little chihuahua or something, very scared of everything right now. I'm very, very happy that this ship got so far, though. This is really, really good, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. The last thing that couldn't go perfect now is the orientation during reentry, but that would be a small thing. It would really be a small thing. All the important milestones before have been achieved. Now it's about getting data about the heat shield, and for that, of course, you need to have the right orientation, because if you have the wrong orientation, you get the wrong heat levels, and then you can't test. It's kind of the same thing as if the Starship is too light, because you don't have it full of satellites, you didn't fill it up with fuel either. It needs to be in the envelope of real world testing so that you can actually use the data. So for example, the reentry on the last flight, even though the Starship burned in the plasma, wasn't really useful for them because it wasn't the right angle. The heat wasn't in the right places, and so on and so forth. And that makes it almost useless. They need to go at a precise angle, skimming the atmosphere, going down slower, and so on and so forth. Here's a view of the pad again. I'm sad that there wasn't any booster catch, but the booster did its job as well. I mean, what is not to be liked about Flight 10 so far? I mean, besides it taking 3 attempts.
So far looks amazing.
This is really, really good. This is the typical SpaceX show again. I'm so happy that SpaceX exists. It's just they're plowing over everyone else when it comes to innovation. There are other teams that are not old space, that are innovating, and that's really, really good to see. But they've been sparked by SpaceX. If SpaceX hadn't built Falcon 9, this race towards new innovation might have not even happened. And that's why we should value Elon Musk's work. Besides all the political turmoil, this stuff is very, very important. He is an innovation driver. He didn't just do this in spaceflight. He also did it in the automotive industry. Ask Ford and Mercedes and BMW how they're feeling about EVs. The only reason why they're building them is because of Tesla. Then you have Neuralink, you have the Boring Company, you have all these other XAI, all these other side projects. It's an innovation driver, and that's what SpaceX is, and that's what they do, and they show everybody a glimpse of the future so that they can believe in it and then start building it themselves as well. That's the effect that these companies have. Other companies see it, and they're like, wow, they actually pulled this off. They landed a Falcon 9. So we see some flap adjustments here. So they see the Falcon 9 landing, and at that point they believed. Before that, everybody was laughing at SpaceX. There are interviews that you can see from ESA, NASA, everybody was like, yeah, these guys, we'll see what they're going to come up with. Arianespace, back then president of Arianespace was actually, he was laughing about them and making jokes of SpaceX before they had landed. Yeah, the dream of reusability. I mean, you can show anything in renders, but making it happen is a completely different thing. And in 2015, all of those completely, they stopped. It was a mute button. And that's the innovation driver. When that mute button is pushed, everybody opens their eyes and starts tinkering. And that's what's so important about this. All right, SpaceX is back. Let's do the re-entry.
Starship. And as you can see, the light show has started. Re-entry has begun. We are starting to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. We're moving about 5 times the speed of sound.
So nice.
And we're about to start barreling through the Earth's atmosphere and head for a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. We don't plan to recover the spacecraft today, but if we do make it all the way down to the water, who knows? But the goal of this part of the flight is to learn as much as we can about the ship's heat shield. A fully reusable,
to rip the flaps off.
reusable heat shield for a spacecraft has never been done before. It's one of kind of the hardest engineering challenges still out there for us. And so this is the time to really dig in and get that data.
Yeah, absolutely. And re-entry is a critical phase of flight, so we'll need information on how the ship's system ends up performing. And Starlink will also help us gather as much data as possible, which is really the main reason why we do these flight tests. Starlink provides us with one more path to collect data to help us rapidly iterate on Starship's design. And if the ship manages to make it all the way to re-entry, we'll collect valuable data on the spacecraft flying through the Earth's atmosphere at hypersonic speeds or more than 5 times the speed of sound.
Yeah, throughout history, a lot of times this is when you go into just a complete data and insight blackout, where that plasma sheath builds up around the outside of the spacecraft that blocks all of your signals that are trying to fight through to talk to either satellites out in space or towers down on the ground. Starship's big size kind of gives us awake, but what really helps us punch through is the fact that we're using Starlink. We're operating at just a much higher frequency. That's not what we want to see. So we saw some of the aft skirt just take a hit.
From what?
So we've got some visible damage on the aft skirt. We're continuing to re-enter though. And again, we are intentionally stressing the ship as we go through this. So it is not guaranteed to be a smooth ride down to the Indian Ocean. We've removed a bunch of
tiles. The goal
is
to rip the flaps off.
Kind of critical places across the vehicle. So seeing stuff like that is still valuable to us. We are trying to kind of push this vehicle to the limits to learn what its limits are as we design our next version of Starship. So 47 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight, excitement ticking up a little bit on re-entry already, but the light show is continuing. This re-entry is going to take about 20 minutes or so until our planned splashdown. We were trying to splash down about 1 hour and 6 minutes into the flight.
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah, and one day Starship is designed to land on Mars, where there are obviously no runways or other humans to help us out. So we are doing propulsive landing instead of more traditional means such as parachutes. And propulsive landing enables us to have more rapid reusability with these vehicles.
Yeah, the ship itself, it's a little over 50 meters tall. We've got those 6 engines on board, the 3 vacuum, the 3 sea level, and they're down in that aft skirt region, which
flaps have control.
Good.
All right, so at this point, the flaps have control. That means we're getting into a dense enough part of the atmosphere that the flaps can start controlling us. We're not only reliant on those kind of reaction control system thrusters.
We're going to continue hearing some callouts as the ship makes its way back to Earth. So when we hear entry max heating and entry max Q, that will mean the ship has made it through the maximum heating and aerodynamic loads it will experience as it returns. So if it makes it through those, we can say we're doing pretty well.
That's what we're seeing over there.
I will say I'm happy re-entry cleaned off this camera for us. It was a little dirty from the weather, so thank you, Plasma, for giving us this view as we start coming down.
If I remember correctly, last time they cleaned the whole lens off.
The hit we saw to the skirt, definitely interesting. I will note, when we started doing these missing tile tests, we were intentionally removing them only in the skirt, as that's, that's not over your fuel tanks or anything else. That's kind of structurally critical for keeping the entire vehicle together. That obviously exposes your engines, so that could do some things for our landing burn. But for now, we are obviously continuing with this reentry. We are committed. Indian Ocean, here we come. 50 minutes since launch.
Yes.
To see those colors start to build up a little bit. We are at the point where we're in dense enough atmosphere that the flaps have control.
But we're still at 26,000 kilometers per hour. Do not forget that. Yep.
And you were starting to see some sunlight, so we
sitting in the flames,
intentionally time
everything's
these launches right
Yep.
now. So we have daylight. The sun should actually come up over the horizon on Starship in about 3 minutes. So as we
This
get
is
a little bit
fine.
further into this reentry, that inky black below you is going to start to look like clouds and hopefully a bright blue ocean as we make our way down onto the other side of the planet.
And that's the big problem about reusing an upper stage. It comes in at 28,000
These cameras are really
kilometers per hour.
cool. We added these
Ooh, look at
several
those flaps.
flights ago, looking directly at the flaps.
See it?
As not just the heat shield, but these flaps, how they're able to control the vehicle, withstand that reentry, the seal locations, so kind of where they connect to the ship itself are some of the most critical. We will do missing tiles on those where, again, we're trying to, we're kind of being mean to this Starship a little bit. We're really trying to put it through the paces and kind of poke on what some of its weak points are. I mean, we even have missing tiles over some of those fuel tank sections of the ship itself. And so we're really trying to see what are our limits. We're doing this over a completely empty area over the Earth.
Yeah. Man. Oh, you will never find that.
Assuming we make
flat.
it all the way down to the ocean in one piece, we will attempt a flip and a landing burn. We do have at least one buoy, everybody's favorite camera person, out in the Indian Ocean right now, being powered by Starlink. So that's at our planned landing location. So if we're able to get any live views of the ship, that'll essentially tell you that we nailed our target. Able to do that on our.
By the way,
6th
any
Ventus,
ablation.
do it in the daytime, which was really exciting.
I've said this on previous reentries. Any ablation that you can see shouldn't be there. So on a perfect heat shield, you should not see any sparks fly or anything, because it's not an ablative heat shield. It should not ablate. But this obviously is because it's eating into the metal, and that ablates.
We're probably going to start hearing some of the other big milestones coming up.
Yep, in about 10 minutes, like Dan said, Starship will be transonic. This is going to be the period of flight where the velocities of airflow surrounding and flowing past the vehicle are concurrently below, at, and above the speed of sound, so somewhere in the range of Mach 0.8 to 1.2. For reference, commercial jets have a range of cruising speeds, but most of them fly at speeds between Mach 0.74 and Mach 0.85, so that's 480 to 575 miles per hour or 770 to 930 kilometers per hour.
And after transonic comes subsonic. That just means you're slower than the speed of sound. We're still well in excess of that right now. But by the time we hit subsonic, we're essentially belly flopping down. There we go. There's that sunlight. So we're seeing the Earth now come back into view. One of the other things we're doing during this, and you're going to see Starship kind of pitch in some pretty, not extreme ways, but a little extreme, as we're trying to really stress the structure of the ship itself, specifically those aft flaps, so the ones in the very bottom of the vehicle. We're pushing not just how well does the heat shield hold up, but how well does the ship structure hold up. We are pushing it beyond essentially what we think we'll have to fly at to do something like a return to launch site. So again, may not be a very smooth ride downhill, but we're doing that by design. We're really trying to find what are the edges that we can operate at, build up a good data set. But sun is up, clouds and water down below us. We are just about 10 minutes away, a little less than 10 minutes now, until we start hitting transonic and then subsonic. Once we hit subsonic, we're basically just belly flopping.
Again, it is absolutely crazy that we can watch this right now live. It's in a plasma mantle, and normally you can't even transmit like this. The only reason why we can see this live is Starlink, and that's why you can see the plasma engulfing the ship, and below you can see the clouds pass by. This is absolutely amazing footage. Again, as he said, if you see this thing break up now, that was a part of the mission. They are pushing this to the limit. They're trying to find the limit. If you want to find the limit, you have to go over it. Then you know that was the limit, and that's what they're doing. And so let's cross our fingers for tough ship 37 here. I do not want to have its job.
5.5 minutes in, you can see the sun is up. Again, we intentionally designed these flights to lift off in the evening here, so we get these daylight views, so we can get as good a video as possible on the ship, assuming we make it all the way down. We've got at least one buoy powered by Starlink that's out there in the landing zone in the Indian Ocean, hopefully giving us a view again. If you see any live views, not from the ship itself, that means we nailed our landing target.
Starship is past peak heating.
Past peak heating.
All right, we just heard the call out that we're past peak heating, so things are looking good so far.
Yeah, looking good.
If you want to have a reference, anybody who's been on an airplane before, that is way higher than this, and the clouds move way slower when you're looking out the window. Here, you're double the height easily, even 5 times the height right now, actually, roughly, and you see how fast these clouds are moving by. That gives you an idea of how fast this Starship is moving right now. This is way more than what you experience in an airliner. Way more. This is Top Gun video material. This is just absolutely amazing stuff. I just love
so
how
much
they
that release this as a video sometime.
Checking in on one of our flaps. We got one of these cameras on all 4 of the flaps, 2 in the front, 2 in the back, giving us
you can see
really good close-up views. As we obviously don't have a camera that can see the entire heat shield. These give us kind of the best that we can do. But looking at those flaps is those are just, super critical for controlling the ship. You have some ability to maneuver kind of cross range. So as you're coming in, you can see in that indicator at the very bottom right that we've pitched up quite a bit. So again, we are maximally stressing those aft flaps right now.
Oh yeah.
We got a little bit of burn through the very bottom part of it. Everything's still looking good. Ship maintaining control.
And it's still working. That's the craziest part. We've seen this a few times that the flaps were heavily damaged, but they were still working.
5 minutes away until we hear that we're transonic.
I'd say the flaps look better than they looked on the other choice we had, right?
Yep.
You think so?
There's only this one little corner that's bitten off so far.
Yeah, right. We had way more melting before.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a lot of melting. Don't get me wrong, right? it's like a blade
creating
of hull.
transparent
we don't
steel.
want
It isn't done yet either.
No, it's just starting basically.
It's not getting better.
See the chunks fly away there. I was like,
I shouldn't have said
it's
anything.
It's not done yet. I mean, look at that over there. This doesn't look good. But as said, this is planned. This is what they want to do.
Aft skirt of the vehicle as we continue coming in.
Mm-hmm. Whatever that was, what created that damage?
Again, we are intentionally stressing the flaps so we can learn all we can.
It still had all the engines, right? It did. The damage on the engine skirt?
We're already well past peak heating.
That doesn't mean it's not losing bits and pieces.
I was about to say,
48, 49, counting down to 48 kilometers in altitude. Expecting that transonic to come. So transitioning between the speed of sound and subsonic slower than the speed of sound in just a little under 4 minutes from now. And right now we've got kind of a lot of forward momentum, a lot of forward velocity. And then eventually by the time we hit subsonic.
Approaching what?
Right, here we go. So this is what we've been talking about, where we are going to essentially try to fully deploy those aft flaps and really stress them out. So again, this is meant to test the extremes for the vehicle.
Wow. Everything's still working. It's keeping its attitude. This is don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. Ooh, it's controlling a lot, but it is moving. See?
All right. See those flaps swinging out? Again, we're putting ship through the ringer on this flight end.
Through the atmosphere right now. That must be so much stress on it. At 8,000 kilometers per hour. The atmosphere isn't super thick at 42 yet, but still, this must be so much aerodynamic pressure on that.
We're still
thrust
maintaining
structure.
control.
Wow. Oh, this is like pulling the handbrake right now. Look at the speed going down. That's the forward flaps, correct? Those look pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Flaps earning their paycheck today, getting through kind of that max stressing.
Definitely.
And we are
looking
1
good
hour
so
into
far.
the flight, by the
We're
way.
about 2 minutes out now
Beautiful.
from Starship becoming transonic.
One cool thing to note as we get some of those views showing kind of the whole length of the ship, one of the changes we made after Flight 6 was to change the tile line a little bit. So we had kind of scaled back the number of tiles significantly, as when we go to catch these ships, you don't want to, I think as Elon said, you don't want to shuck the ship as you catch it and knock all those tiles off. So we knew we were going to have to kind of peel back that layer a little bit. And the first time we did it was on Flight 6, and we saw kind of wrinkling and dimples almost in the ship as we were creating these hot spots in the uneven parts of the heat shield. And so we, to kind of address that, we smoothed it out. That's why you've got kind of that nice smoothed out black line now on the ship. And just looking at it, we can see kind of a little bit of hot spot, a little bit of warping almost. Near the payload door, you can see a little bit of colored patina up above it, but we don't see those kind of deep, almost, they almost look like gouges on that. So it looks like that's been pretty successful. So, all right, we are less than a minute away from hitting transonic.
So
again,
beautiful.
Pretty soon our forward velocity is going to look like it's kind of falling off a cliff, and Starship will look like it's falling off a cliff as we essentially go into our belly flop. If you watched some of the high altitude tests or suborbital campaigns, we were able to test that. It was a pretty fundamental, like, can this thing actually
2000.
fly? And we were able
28
to
kilometers.
prove that out with that suborbital campaign. And that's what we're about to see shortly.
Now we're getting slow. We're getting slow. So now they're transforming into the skydive, where it doesn't have much forward velocity anymore, and it is just starting to fall for the last 26, 25 kilometers. And that's what we were able to see on the high altitude flight tests beautifully, with these giant starships falling through the sky. And when you saw a camera view from further back, it looked like it fell in absolute slow motion, because again, your eye plays tricks on you. When something is large but moving fast and you see it from a distance, it looks like slow motion.
All right, so at this point, we've dropped below the speed of sound, so Starship itself is subsonic. We are starting to chill the engines.
Oh, it's doing
for
it.
a landing
It's
burn
doing its thing.
attempt.
I'm thinking of this. Okay, so in the chat, come
Landing
on, quickly.
flip's supposed
0
to
for it's going to
start
crash,
in
1
a
for it's
little
going to
over
land
2
softly.
minutes.
Come on, let's do it. Zeros or
Subsonic
ones.
Indian Ocean,
What
we're
is
on our
ship
way.
37 doing? Come on.
There we go.
0 for it's going to crash, 1 for it's going to do it. Come on. Ship 37.
Farewell, space.
There's a lot of ones there.
There's hope there.
Yes!
Confidence.
Come on. Let's do this. Come on.
Oh, wow.
Let's do it. Yeah, this thing is
So
battered.
coming up in just a little under 2 minutes, so we're going to do the flip and the burn. So we're only using those 3 center
many ones.
Raptor engines
Yes.
to sea levels, the ones that can kind of gimbal, that can move around and steer.
I'm
Dipping the
definitely
nose
team
down
1
a
for
little
ship
bit.
37 here. Come on. Wow, those flaps. It's just and it's working. It's just working, you know. It's like, yeah, I'm
Two
half
of
gone,
our
but
engines
I don't
chilled
care.
in, waiting on one
What
more.
a scratch.
So again, we'll attempt to use 3 burns for that initial flip. We eventually go down to just 2 Raptors for the end of the landing burn.
Let's do it. 6 kilometers, 6.5, 400
Just
400
about 1
kilometers per
minute
hour.
now from that landing flip and landing burn start.
1 minute
Going
to go.
so fast.
It's just like, look at the flap. It's just like, oh God, I've done it. I'm down. I'm almost down. You can do it, Ship 37. We're all rooting for you, that's for sure. This is just an incredible flight again. So nice. So nice to see.
Structurally, we're looking good. Got good pressures in our nose cone for everything.
Beautiful.
Just about 30 seconds.
This is
Yeah,
the
we're going to look
SpaceX
for the
show.
flip. So Starship's doing its belly flop right now. We're going to do the flip. Swing out. Let's punch through some clouds first.
Beautiful view. You can do it. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. 1.2. 1 kilometer.
Here we
There's
go.
the ocean. You can do
Starship,
it.
landing
Ship
burn,
37. And flip it, flip, flip, flip it.
Seeing
flip
3
it, flip
engines.
it. It's not flipping. It's flipping!
Yes.
There's our flip.
Woo! Here's the
There's a buoy.
yes! Yes!
There's a
Yes!
splashdown.
Heck yeah, let's go.
Boom! We got it
Hey.
out. Oh, this is just so amazing. Oh, thank you, SpaceX. Thank you, SpaceX.
What a show.
Yes!
Yes.
Oh, man.
Team 1
Yeah,
did it.
Farewell, Ship 37.
Oh, man, this is good.
Thank you, buoy cam. Landing flip, landing burn, splash out of the Indian Ocean. There we go.
Just beautiful.
All right. That was pretty awesome.
Incredible
This is
flight
cool, right?
today for both ship and booster.
Yeah, really incredible. So obviously,
Congratulations,
we're
SpaceX.
excited here. It looks like everybody's excited over there.
Congratulations.
Tyler, how's it going over in Hawthorne?
We are super excited here in Hawthorne. It was another exciting Starship flight test in the books, and we hope you enjoyed those Starlink views.
Nice.
So congratulations to the team at Starbase and everyone here and around the company. So many employees have contributed enormously to the Starship program as we continue to iterate and make progress towards a multi-planetary future. So that's going to wrap it up for us here in Hawthorne. Thank you to everyone for tuning in today. It was great being with you today.
Yes.
Back to you guys.
Beautiful, beautiful,
That was
beautiful.
absolutely incredible.
good.
Huge congrats to all the teams here. Again, we lifted off from Starbase, Texas, right at the top of our window at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. We saw a booster successfully lift us up through ascent, had a successful hot staging where ship continued on with its suborbital trajectory. Booster came back down, had that boost back burn, and a successful landing burn with that
was
unique
awesome.
engine configuration as well.
Yeah, and then ship continued on its way, made it all the way into space. We got to see first ever payload deploy.
So exciting.
That was awesome. We got the door open, 8 Starlink simulators
Satellite
deployed,
ASMR.
relit that Raptor engine, and then on entry we probably gave it a little bit of extra time in the oven, but made it all the way through reentry. All 3 engines started up, landing flip, splashdown in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah.
Promised maximum
goals
excitement. Starship delivered.
Most
So
definitely.
congratulations, all of our teammates here at SpaceX. It's been a year. Everybody that's worked on this program, this is what we're working for. So big congrats to all of them. Thank you to all of our future customers, too, for your support.
Well done.
And we'd also like to thank the fine people of Cameron
done.
County, including
Seriously.
the residents of its newest city, Starbase, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Government of Mexico, and the Australian Space Agency.
Be sure to stay tuned to SpaceX on X for updates, more of the views. This is just a
Flight
tiny
11.
amount of the views. We have so many views that we didn't get to feature on the broadcast. So we're going to be going through that over the next couple of days, and we'll be posting it all
Release
there.
them.
Yeah,
All
if you're
of them.
interested in more launch
Please.
coverage, head on over to
The entire tape.
spacex.com/launches for the most up-to-date information. In fact, we actually recently rolled out a new departure board featuring our upcoming launches with details like mission name, launch and landing site, and liftoff time. So be sure to check it out.
All right. We just launched the world's biggest rocket, Again, dropped a couple satellites off, suborbital.
Right.
Incredible payload deploy for
Another day
today.
at the office.
Nailed that double header
launched
into
the
the
largest
ocean,
rocket in the world.
splashdown, time to go through the data.
Yep.
Really crazy cool
You
to
just
hit
did
all
that.
those objectives today.
You
Yeah,
can be
huge
very
shout out
proud
to
of
all
it.
the teams who make this look easy. And thanks to all of you for tuning in, and we will see you back here for Flight 11. Good night.
And you can be very, very proud of it. It's just absolutely incredible. Okay, so traditionally, this is the point where everybody jumps off and goes to bed. Thank you for everybody who wants to do that. Please do so. Of course, it's very late over in Europe and so on. We can perfectly understand. Thank you for staying with us for so long. If you haven't done so yet, on the way out, give us a like and a subscription. It is very, very much appreciated, and it helps us a lot. Become a patron, a channel member if you want to actively support. Buy yourself a cool Raptor t-shirt. I'm wearing one myself, and they're really, really good, and so on and so forth. I don't want to keep you from sleeping. Thank you. Yeah, and then that's the 420 shirt from the first launch, which was absolutely insane, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of history behind our merch. But I really don't want to keep you. Thank you so much for watching with us. For everybody who wants to stay, we're going to, of course, as we always do, replay the launch at least one time to see if we can spot anything or to just enjoy the show again. Because this is just absolutely incredible what we just witnessed. Flight 10 can be considered a full success.
Yes.
It's given them mountains of new data. It's given them a successful deployment, payload deployment, 8 satellites, everything worked. The entire machinery inside worked. We got some incredible insights into things that I didn't even have on my radar yet, that deploying 54 of those satellites is going to take roughly an hour, because on Falcon 9 you're used to just tension rods release and then the swarm goes off. On Starship it's going to be an hour of watching them slide and push out and slide and push out. It's like I called it satellite ASMR for a reason. That's going to be funny if they when they of course broadcast these Starship launches, and for an hour. Normally the long moments in these launches are the coast phases. This time on a Starship, it's going to be, oh yeah, now comes payload deploy. I'm going to get myself a piece of pizza. I'll be right back. And then it takes 55 minutes for the payload to deploy into space. It's just beautiful. It's just beautiful what I watched, or what we watched. It's just beautiful. Here comes the launch again. Okay, so everybody get ready. We're going to do a repeat of the launch here. Is this what I'm looking at, or is it? No, this is what I'm looking at. Give me just a second. I got to remove. And you got to click here. No, I got to click here. No, I got to click here. I can't. All right, there we're back. Okay, so I was confused for a second. I couldn't see what was actually on the stream. Jonathan is in the background preparing the replay of the launch. We're going to watch that in a second. So again, thank you so much for witnessing this with us, with Team Y. It is a pleasure. It is a true pleasure to watch this stuff with you people. It's just absolutely amazing. I feel like a little child right now. It's just really cool. Okay, so here we go. This is our view from our camera. So we haven't even seen this yet. Exactly. This is our camera that's 1.6 miles away from the pad. Earlier we saw SpaceX's footage, and now we're seeing our footage. You're here at a premiere because, yeah, this is the first time we're watching it. So let's take a look.
There we can see the parts of flame deflector activating. Might still be a few seconds.
Yep, here comes the deluge system. Then after that is in full blast comes the ignition. Then the rocket is being held down by the clamps, and now it is released, and it
that looks so cool.
Look at those spark diamonds. Wow, that clearance maneuver was really, really crazy this time as well. Whoa, wow. Okay. So now you know what kind of forces this pad has to endure every time.
Wow. So I can hear the audio in my ear. I don't think it's in the stream.
No, it isn't. Sadly. Why? Why is it not in the stream?
Good question. Don't think.
Oh, I thought there wasn't any audio.
But wow, you'll see that in the episodes and hear that, because that sounds amazing.
I'm going to play the entire thing on the episode. Yep. This is next level. This is next level stuff. What SpaceX is doing there. Look at these shock waves propagate through the vapor and the smoke. there's so much energy, and since pad 1 is omnidirectional, as I said sometime before the launch, the energy is just blasted into every direction on pad 1, which is really bad for the GSE equipment, but it shows you all this kind of stuff in every direction. On pad 2, this is going to be a completely different view. On pad 2, we would right now see the launch mount, because all the energy, everything is directed into one direction, and that's it, and it's off out into the scene. If you've ever seen a launch from 39A, you know what I'm talking about. The pad is clearly visible throughout the entire operation because everything leaves through the flame trench and is channeled away from the pad. So on pad 2, launch photographers are going to love pad 2. They hate pad 1. Have you ever seen the typical launch picture of a Starship launch right now, where you have the upper part of the rocket peeking out of the cloud? The reason for that is pad 1. Normally, you should get a beautiful view of everything as it's just lifting off the pad. And here you can see how quickly, even in SpaceX's footage, it engulfed the ground camera, and then you have to switch to air view because it goes into every direction. As you can see, it blasts it off into every direction. The entire launch pad facility is covered in hot exhaust on every launch. And here it goes. Why is it so choppy?
It's fine on the output. That's just pretty.
Oh, okay. Ah, it's beautiful. Ow. There you can. Now all engines are still lit.
Yes.
Let's see if we can get the moment. I think that they didn't have the camera on the engines when it shut off.
Because I was looking for it as well. But yeah. Not there.
It looks beautiful.
They all look
for
fine
sure.
as well, yeah.
Raptor is another one of those firsts. Full flow stage combustion engine, never flown before Starhopper. The whole switch to methane, the entire industry is right now switching to methane because of SpaceX, and so on and so forth. There are so many firsts in this project. It's crazy. There you could for a second you could see the production facility. Yeah, well, this is good enough to me. Wow. I am very, very happy with Flight 10, and I'm pretty sure everybody who's still watching concurs on that one. It was a blast to see. It was absolutely incredible that they went so far again.
Yeah.
They went all the way again. The engine skirt is something that's going to be interesting to see what the reason was there, because I did not see any engines explode or anything. It just went. It almost looked like something from the outside hit it, because I think it was pushed inwards. But I wouldn't know what. That must have been a large piece of something. Can you go to that point again?
Yeah. What do you mean exactly? So
when the engine skirt ripped apart.
Oh, in the landing?
No, well, before.
Yeah, but okay, I can get
Yeah, heating had already started. It must be somewhere around minute 40, 42, something like that.
Okay, let's see.
That was interesting as well. I couldn't imagine.
I'll see if I can find it real quick.
It could have been. It can be that it was just a pressured line of something that ruptured. But then there was a lot of pressure behind that, because it ripped the engine skirt apart, and that's stainless steel with girders and everything. The engine skirt is not just a single sheet of metal. The engine skirt is pretty rigid. It's got a lot of structure to it. And that to be just blasted away like that, there must be some sort of energetic event there. You'd have to get us out of the picture.
Yeah, I was about to say. Oh, there we go.
That's
1 second.
Okay, a little bit.
Yeah, I'll get us.
And get us off screen real quick. That again. All right. Can you go frame by frame, maybe? If possible. I don't. We're winging it here. Yep. Next frame. Next frame. Next frame. But how far away are we from the explosion? Bam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really looks like an explosion.
It really looks like an explosion. Can you go right before it again so that we can see what exactly is in that spot? It's down there. Nothing. It's a vent. There's a vent.
Yeah.
One of the vents is down there, and vents are always connected to a pipe, and a pipe leads to a tank. So it might have been just that the vent exploded. But it must have ignited then. Maybe through the plasma, because you can already see plasma. So this is pure speculation. Please do not quote me on this. But yeah, this is a very energetic event, and this could be that all the venting fuel was ignited at once, because the flame engulfs the entire engine bay. It's rupturing down there, so that's likely the cause of it. But I do think this is vented off propellant that got ignited through the plasma. So next time they should close the venting off before this point. That's the lesson learned, if my theory is true. It might not be, but that's what I'm seeing for now. It's interesting. Yeah, it's right where the vent is. This is something. Yep, or the
Very
vent didn't
interesting
close
indeed.
all the way. Exactly, Buck. This kind of stuff. It's stress testing. Exactly. It is absolutely stress testing.
Is there anything else you would want to look at now?
Oh, Ogradion is here too. Did you notice?
Yeah, I've been chatting with him.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Hi. Shields held up. Yeah, the flaps were battered and still worked until the end. We've had this moment before. It's nothing new to people who have seen Starship launches before, but it's always incredible to see how much torture you have to say these flaps can actually endure and still work. The ship had attitude control until the soft touchdown. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to do it, meaning all 4 flaps worked. All 4 flaps are needed. If one of them doesn't work anymore, you can't keep the attitude. So all 4 flaps worked, even though some of them were really, really did not have a good day.
Like on a side note, can we just like appreciate how awesome this looks?
Yes. It's just absolutely
so freaking cool.
It's also when you could see the first sunlight come in over the globe when it was still pretty high. It just looked absolutely incredible. The views that SpaceX gives out on these flights is just second to none.
Yeah,
it's
this
just
one as well.
very, very,
Wow.
very nice to see. Yes, very beautiful. Very beautiful. And then comes all of a sudden this flame-like plasma turbulence appears here. That gave me a little shocker for a moment. I was like, oh, because you're so jittery at this point with all these fireworks that we've seen on past launches. I was so jittery with every single thing I saw. I was like, oh no. And then it wasn't anything and it worked, and I'm so happy about it. Very, very good.
So
if somebody from
pretty
SpaceX
cool.
is still watching this, thank you so much, guys. You are all our heroes. This is absolutely fantastic work. You can now go and drink a beer or a tequila or a wine or whatever you prefer, because you deserved it. And party hard. This is your Flight 10 moment. You've done a fantastic job, and everybody cheered for you. And it's just absolutely incredible to be able to witness this stuff directly broadcast from orbit. You guys are nuts. Thank you. It's just incredible. Okay, I think with that we can call it, because we as always, we don't just do live streams, we also do episodes. And we have a few details that we still need to change for an episode release. We have a few things to analyze, a few things to record and go through, and so on and so forth. And we should have an episode for you by tomorrow afternoon, roughly. Then you'll get the detailed analysis of everything, how it led up to this, the scrubs, what happened, and so on and so forth, and us completely fainting in front of the camera when everything that happened just happened. It's just incredible. Jonathan is just going through all these. Any of those scenes is absolutely epic looking. No matter where in that stream you're jumping, I'm always like, oh, wow.
Yeah, one more thing
Ship
we could take a
37.
look at real quick is the actual landing.
Go
I
ahead.
think
Yeah,
that
go
would be
ahead.
pretty
Oh,
cool
yeah.
as well.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I totally agree.
Like, how cool that's like discoloring
The
on the
color,
stainless steel.
yeah, exactly.
So
Brilliant.
freaking cool.
I love it. I love it so much. It's just absolutely incredible. I am never going to be bored of this. Mark my words. Quote me in 10 years. I'm still going to stare at it. It's just absolutely amazing. And the next generation is just going to take it for granted. Of course we can fly this kind of stuff for like $10 to space. Yeah. But it's happening right now, everybody. You can be lucky because I have one regret with the past. I didn't see the moon landing because I wasn't born. And so every time somebody talks about the moon landing or I can see a replay of it, I'm like, man, I would have loved to be there. You're here for Starship. So if you're a lucky person who has seen the moon landing and is now witnessing this, you can be very comfortable. This is really, really cool stuff. And coming generations are going to talk about this kind of stuff the same way as Apollo, because it has the same amount of change. It brings the same amount of change.
I used to like a nice view of the flap again, where you can clearly see the damage on the aft side there and a few missing tails.
Yep, and you can see they're broken off just on the outside, facing the outside, because there is way more turbulence there. On the inside, it worked just fine. It might have just been an attachment test. Look at that flap. Wow. It is beaten and bruised.
The hinge itself looks pretty fine though, right?
The hinge looks great, yes. That was a problem on the first few re-entries. You could see it burn through, and even those worked, which is the crazy thing.
That's what I meant. Like, do you see what I was saying? Like, it looks better than last time, and I meant by that the hinges
it's just on the outside, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, but still,
the heat shield worked this time. It didn't go through the hinge.
Look completely fine.
Yeah,
they're still a bit away from having this nailed down.
Hey, progress.
But they're getting there step by step, and that's what counts. Exactly. I'm very, very happy about this.
And they were stressing it on this one.
So, yeah, they were beating this poor
movement
ship.
Is crazy.
Now it is resting in peace in the ocean. It's cooling off right now. It's probably down to room temperature already, and it's nicely sinking down. It's probably happy. Don't worry about Ship 37 anymore.
It's got to do what it was meant to do. Yep.
Yes. And it was a one-way ticket. Here comes, you can already see the spray on the waves down there. And then it just kicks in its Raptor, 3 center Raptor engines, because those can gimbal. Swings over. There's not even telemetry in the lower right. You don't even see the engines light up in the telemetry. But you can see they're can you get a freeze frame of that half frame where you can see the engines? That would be interesting to see if all of them lit.
Wow.
Because theoretically it can also do this with 2 engines, I'm pretty sure, maybe even with 1. It should be able to do it with 1.
What do you mean?
250 tons. Just slightly after this comes like 2 or 3 frames where you can see the engines lit before it's going into the vapor. Yeah, they're a little bit further. Little bit.
Also, the discoloring on the heat shield there. It's crazy.
Yes. Yeah. It's like brownish. It definitely looks like at least 2 engines on at this point.
Yeah.
Now it's cutting one off. You can see one just went. I think at least. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Could still be 3 engines.
Very choppy as well.
Yeah, but there it comes. That's the frame
yeah, so
that
that's 2. That's 2 for
2
sure.
engines. So you can see 2 engines for sure. So it worked. Everything worked. What can I say? Look at that heat shield. Wow. White on top and brown on the bottom. And that they want to get rapidly reusable. And that is going to be very hard to do. Look at this heat shield. I'm telling you, it might not be silica foam. I mentioned that on yesterday's stream. I'm right now a little skeptical about silica foam becoming rapidly reusable. It has its advantages. I explained this yesterday on the stream. If you haven't been there yet, and one of the common problems that engineers are facing is if you improve one thing, you make another thing worse. You can never make all the aspects that you need perfect. There's always something that's going to worsen. If you improve one aspect, another one is going to worsen. So the really nice thing about these silica foam heat tiles, I have a few of them in my possession from earlier Starship launches. It is very, very lightweight. This weighs almost nothing. It is a huge piece of material, and it weighs almost nothing. It's like, what's comparable to this? Half a glass of water, maybe by weight, maybe even less. A quarter of a glass of water. It's really lightweight. I just want to give you something that you've held in your hand 1,000 times before. Quarter of a glass of water or something is really not that much weight. And that's great about it. But the downside is silica foam is very brittle. Silica foam can crack easily. Silica foam is really hard to attach to other materials. So if you ever want to connect it to anything, you have to work with all sides because it's very porous. If I look at this, I'm just doing this with my fingertip on top of the thing. And if you look at my fingertip now, if it focuses, you see the white stuff? That's just from rubbing it. I didn't even scratch it. So it is really soft material. And if you want to glue this or attach it to metal or something, it starts breaking and rubbing off, and it's really hard to work with to get. You remember all the problems that SpaceX went through even more in the beginning with Starship when everybody was laughing about the heat tiles that were falling off? That's the reason. It's really hard to attach it to something else, and so on and so forth. So, and if you switch to metal, which is going to be way more resistant and so on and so forth, you're ramping up your weight 10 times. So you're improving one thing, but you're making another thing worse. And that's the big problem with it. And they'll have to figure it out. But I can't, maybe in certain areas, silica foam is the right decision, but not all around. I'm not sure about that, but we'll see. Here's the payload deploy.
So one quick fun fact about where you could just see the cross section of the Starship. I had Indigo in the background. He did a calculation, and the area of that is 63 square meters. So that is like
for what?
For cross section of the whole Starship. So the payload bay cross section. So that's like the size of a nice, large living room. Just imagine that.
Even more, 63? 63
very, very
square
large.
meters.
My whole apartment,
very, very large. That's more like
a
good apartment. Exactly. That's a full-size apartment where two people, maybe even with a kid or two, can live easily. That's 64 square meters for the Imperial people. That is, I'd say, at least 1,500 square feet, something like that. 1,200 square feet, something like that. From the top of my head, it might be slightly off. Don't quote me on it, but it's a reasonably large amount of space. Yeah, and here it goes. I was so happy when I saw it move for the first time. There it was just, it was so emotional that I see it again, and instantly this feeling comes up again that I had earlier. This is just amazing. Look at it go.
So roughly 700 square foot.
Oh, 700. Okay, so I was slightly off, but it's still pretty reasonably large. Exactly. And it's over 9,000 heat tiles, and checking all those after every launch. Especially, did you see the discoloration? The brown and the white? Just reuse that? I don't know.
I don't think so.
And that's the thing. Actively cooled might be the solution. It's technically more complicated and it adds more weight. So you're going to have like 20, 30 tons less payload, but you can get that into other things again and so on and so forth. If you want to have it rapidly reusable with a heat shield, it's going to be a tough nut to crack. It really is. Well, very good. Okay. So again, we have to do a little bit of work today. For Chris and Jonathan, it's like 3 a.m. at this point, I think.
Yep. Pretty much exactly. Yep.
Exactly. And I still have to do a little bit of work today. So we are going to do what we always do. We're going to leave you with the views. Just enjoy the scenery. You can see a little bit of vapor going by, and you can probably see the chopstick. The chopsticks are down already. You can just enjoy the scenery. Keep chatting a little bit. We're not going to throw you out the door immediately. I normally don't do that. I leave it on so that you can keep enjoying it for a moment. It helps me, and it probably helps you as well. So we're going to leave you with this. I'll be seeing you tomorrow, of course, on the next episode, if it comes out tomorrow. If it doesn't come out tomorrow, don't run after me. The team is working hard, but we'll try to do this in time. Onwards to Flight 11. This was just absolutely amazing. It revigorated everything about these terrible flights that we saw before. Again, they were learning steps, but it's not nice to see. You want to see the entire flight. You don't want to see it tumble after the separation. And this time we got it again. And it was just so relieving and nice to see. I'm sure this is going to everybody who's watching still is going to share this. This is going to be a really, really nice evening for everybody. So enjoy the time, enjoy this feeling. And next time somebody tells you that Starship is just a big failure, laugh into their face because that's exactly what it is. Beautiful, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next episode,
guys.
as I always finish. Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.